Chapter 16:10. The Dragon King recalled his experience and gains in the Langya Pavilion. His heart, which had been calm for many years, began to surge. He blurted out, "Indeed, I did gain something. Look at what this is." The Dragon King opened his palm, and a ball of light bloomed in his palm. It quickly grew bigger and floated up. It was a magic treasure. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 4 extremely simple sacred patterns on it. A divine weapon. The 8 dragon ambassadors exclaimed. It was common knowledge that the dragon clan liked to collect treasures. However, a divine weapon was still an extremely rare treasure. Normal dragon clan members would not have the opportunity to own one. Some had not even seen one before. The dragon ambassadors were sure that this was a divine weapon that the Dragon King did not have before. It was not inferior to the dragon blade. In the battle just now, all the dragon clan members had witnessed the power of the dragon blade. Although they were defeated, the power of the dragon blade was not something that normal dragon clan members could withstand. The Dragon King nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is a divine weapon. I got it from the 10th floor of the Langya Pavilion." Tang Zheng had already guessed it and thought that it was indeed so. The remaining 9 floors all had supreme treasures and were completely different from the 9 floors below. There was only one supreme treasure on these floors, and it was first come, first served. Tang Zheng glanced at the sacred patterns on the divine weapon. He was not jealous. After all, compared to the hidden sword, for sacred patterns were too many, not including the description. It could not be compared to the hidden sword. The 8 dragon ambassadors did not have a treasure like the hidden sword. They were all excited as they stared at the divine weapon. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Could this be the legendary Dragon Shadow? Dragon Shadow! Hearing this, the other dragon ambassadors exclaimed as well. They seemed to be frightened by this name. Tang Zheng did not understand and looked at the divine weapon. He actually saw 2 simple Xiaozhuan characters on the sacred patterns. They were the words Dragon Shadow. He did not notice it before. It seemed that the dragon ambassadors had sharp eyes and discovered it first. The Dragon Shadow is one of the legendary 9 great divine weapons of the Dragon Clan. I didn't expect it to be hidden in the Langya Pavilion all this while. We've been searching for it for so many years and thought that it was lost. The Dragon Shadow was right under the noses of all the dragon clans. All the dragon clans could reach the Langya Pavilion, but none of the dragon clans thought that the holy relic they had been searching for was upstairs. The Dragon King was quite proud of himself. Although Tang Zheng had reached the first level of the advanced version before him, he had no idea why he hadn't gone to the 10th floor of the Langya Pavilion to obtain such a precious treasure. Perhaps this was his opportunity. The dragon envoys were all envious, but no one dared to covet it. The Dragon King glanced at the silent Tang Zheng and felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he also coveted the Dragon Shadow? If he insisted on claiming it as his own, what should he do? Give it to him for free? The Dragon King felt his heart ache, but he did not have the courage to refuse. Immediately, his face turned ashen, and his excitement was swept away. The other dragon tribe cultivators also thought of this, and their expressions changed drastically as they focused their gazes on him. Tang Zheng frowned and did not say a word. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, "What about the remaining 8 holy relic of the dragon clan?" No one expected Tang Zheng to ask this question after pondering for so long. They could not guess his thoughts and answered, "The dragon blade is also one of the 9 great holy relic, but we don't know where the remaining 7 holy relic are." Tang Zheng had an idea and proposed a hypothesis. "Do you think there are 7 holy relic hidden in the remaining 8 floors of the Langya Pavilion?" The The dragon tribe cultivators looked at each other. They did not think of this at that moment. The Dragon King's eyes lit up, and he said firmly, "It's very possible, but there are only 7 holy relic on the remaining 8 floors. What's in the last floor?" No one from the dragon tribe could answer this question. No matter what, after the advanced version of the realm, we will be able to reveal the answer. No matter who ascends to the remaining 8 floors and obtains the treasures within, that will be their opportunity. The Dragon King said as he looked at Tang Zheng apprehensively, as if he was afraid that he would refute. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. "That's true. There is no lack of geniuses in the dragon clan. I believe that there will definitely be dragons who will ascend to the remaining 9 floors and obtain the corresponding treasures. This is indeed their opportunity." Hearing this, all the dragon tribe cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, their hearts were surging with excitement. They could not wait to go back to cultivate and ascend to the remaining floors to obtain the holy relic. Tang Zheng did not care about the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy's thoughts. Instead, he took out the Dragon Blade, which was the spoils of war from the battle just now. The Dragon Blade was very quiet, as if Tang Zheng was its master. All eyes were immediately attracted to the Dragon Blade. There were also 4 holy inscriptions on the Dragon Blade, which was exactly the same as the Dragon Shadow. No wonder it could not defeat the hidden mysterious sword. The Dragon King looked at the Dragon Blade anxiously. That was the holy relic that had accompanied him for many years. He did not know if it could return to his hands. Tang Zheng had no intention of returning it. Instead, he reached out to the Dragon King and said, "Give me the Dragon Shadow." Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't he just say that whoever obtained it would have the opportunity? Why did he go back on his word in an instant? The Dragon King's mouth twitched. His heart was bleeding, but he still handed it over with both hands. Tang Zheng hooked his finger, and the Dragon Shadow obediently flew into his hand. Whether it was the Dragon Shadow or the Dragon Blade, they seemed to be exceptionally obedient in front of Tang Zheng. They restrained their ferocity. The dragon tribe looked at Tang Zheng nervously. They did not know what he was going to do with the 2 holy relic. Take it for himself? Then what hope did the other dragon tribes have? But no dragon tribe dared to resist. They were angry, but did not dare to say anything. It was the Dragon King's first time experiencing this feeling. What do you think will happen if we combine these 2 sacred artifacts into one? Tang Zheng seemed to be deep in thought as he suddenly thought of something and said, "Combine 2 holy relic into one." The Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy were shocked. In their subconscious, being able to obtain 1 holy relic was already extremely precious. He actually wanted to combine 2 holy relic into one. This was completely superfluous. It was a reckless waste of God's gifts. The dragon tribe was good at collecting treasures, but they were not good at refining. Also, no dragon tribe had deep attainments in refining weapons. Naturally, they would not have such thoughts. But Tang Zheng was different. He had obtained Mo Xie's true teachings and refined the hidden mysterious sword. With experience, he dared to do what he wanted. "This is not necessary." The Dragon King twitched his mouth and said painfully, unexpectedly, Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "I think it is very necessary. Although these 2 holy relic are powerful, their power is limited. There is still a lot of room for improvement. In the future, when fighting against the dragon slayers, a powerful enough holy relic can unleash great power. Since there is such an opportunity, we naturally cannot miss it." He made the final decision. Although the other dragon tribes felt that it was superfluous, none of them dared to object. Tang Zheng looked at everyone with satisfaction and said eagerly, "Since everyone has doubts, Then I will prove it to everyone. Sometimes two holy relic is not as powerful as one. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the golden dragon in the clouds and said, "You protect me. I will combine the dragon shadow and dragon blade." To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1611. Hearing Tang Zheng's arrangement. The other dragons were surprised. Dragons were not good at refining. This was a well-known fact. Could it be that he was an exception? The golden dragon hurriedly stood in front of Tang Zheng to protect him, but in front of the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy, his so-called protection was useless. If the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy had evil intentions, the Golden Dragon would definitely not be able to defend himself. But obviously, they did not have such intentions. They only curiously looked at Tang Zheng, half believing and half doubting how he would refine. With a wave of his hand, the 9 revolving pill furnace appeared in front of him. Its whole body emitted a mysterious light, and the lifelike carvings on the walls of the furnace were about to come out. The 9 revolving pill furnace was a sacred artifact, but its artifact spirit was hidden in the lifelike spirits. Tang Zheng flicked his finger, and the dragon blade and dragon shadow turned into 2 streams of light, whizzing into the 9 revolving pill furnace. Several pairs of eyes stared at it without blinking, especially when they saw the 9 revolving pill furnace. They could not help but shiver. Everyone was knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that it was a sacred artifact. This kind of refining sacred artifact was even rarer than offensive sacred artifacts. After the dragon blade and the dragon shadow entered the pill furnace, the light became brighter, as if it wanted to soar into the sky and break through the restrictions of the pill furnace. However, the spirits on the walls of the pill furnace flew up and interweaved at the mouth of the pill furnace, firmly blocking the light from spreading out. The 9 revolving pill furnace seemed to know that these 2 sacred artifacts were not ordinary items. Even the slightest bit of their power could not be underestimated, so it did not let the slightest bit of energy escape. The dragon blade and dragon shadow seemed to feel the threat and tried to escape. After all, they were not Tang Zheng's magical artifacts. In a real life and death situation, they would not listen to his control. The Dragon King and Dragon Blade had a telepathic connection. Their hearts shivered, and their eyelids twitched as they looked at the 9 revolving pill furnace with worry. But after seeing Tang Zheng's resolute eyes, they swallowed their words. Since things had already reached this point, they could only believe in Tang Zheng and pray that he would succeed. If he failed, these 2 sacred artifacts would be destroyed. Thinking of this, the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy felt their hearts ache. Those were 2 sacred artifacts, not ordinary weapons or magic treasures. They were so useful that even the Dragon Clan would not underestimate them. You want to escape? Now that you've entered the 9 revolving pill furnace, you should just stay put. Tang Zheng let out a shout as a heaven flame burst out from his fingertip and flew into the cauldron. The heavenly fire was an existence that surpassed the true fire. It was a sacred item for refining weapons. Moreover, he was the only one in the world who possessed the heavenly fire. As the heavenly fire approached, Dragon Blade and Dragon Shadow felt an even greater threat. They flew up and tried to break free from the restraints of the pill furnace. Where do you think you're going? Tang Zheng's thought moved, and the heavenly flame caught up with the 2 sacred tools. The flame rose with a rumbling sound and wrapped around them. The Dragon Blade and Dragon Shadow struggled even more fiercely, but it was all in vain. The heavenly fire was not something they could resist. A moment later, the Dragon Blade and the Dragon Shadow gradually quieted down, as if they had given up resistance and turned into the purest energy. The Dragon King's expression changed abruptly, and his heart skipped a beat. This was because his connection with the dragon blade had been forcibly severed. He stared blankly at the 9 revolving pill furnace. He really wanted to rush over and pull the dragon blade out, because once this connection was severed, he would no longer be the dragon blade's owner. Someone else would be safe, and he could become its new owner. If not for all this happening right under his nose, and Tang Zheng personally taking action, he would have already impatiently tried to stop it. It was not an easy task for an ordinary magical weapon to remove its owner's imprint, especially for sacred tools. To remove the imprint was harder than ascending to the heavens. But under the pincer attack of the 9 revolving pill furnace and the heavenly fire, it was as easy as blowing dust off a canal. Tang Zheng did not care about the Dragon King's nervous thoughts. He was concentrating on watching every movement within the pill furnace. After the 2 sacred tools turned into the purest energy, the 9 revolving pill furnace started to revolve rapidly. The heavenly fire turned into strands and refined every strand of pure energy. After being tempered thousands of times, the impurities within the energy were completely removed. The remaining energy blossomed with a dazzling light like 2 small suns. Under the pincer attack of the heavenly fire, the 2 completely different strands of energy gradually approached each other and fused together. From the initial rejection to the fusion, there were not many twists and turns. Instead, there was a natural and smooth flow of beauty. After the 2 strands of energy fused, Tang Zheng was delighted. It was as he had deduced. After the 2 sacred tools fused together, the energy released was even more majestic. Hua! A ball of light blossomed from the pill furnace. Although it could not escape, it jumped into the vision of the other dragons. At this time, they were all shocked and overjoyed. They were very clear on what this meant. The first step was a success. It really was a success. It seems refining is not as difficult as I thought. The Dragon King was overwhelmed with emotions as he muttered to himself. He had never thought of refining and subconsciously thought that it would not be easy. Now, it seemed that his opinion was completely wrong. The Golden Dragon, on the other hand, had witnessed the hardships that Tang Zheng had gone through along the way, and added, "Everyone, my master's refining skills are indeed formidable, but he did not succeed overnight. He only managed to achieve what he has today after going through so many hardships." The other dragons suddenly understood and felt admiration in their hearts. They only saw the scenery on the surface and did not see the sweat on the back. "Change!" Suddenly, Tang Zheng shouted loudly. The fused energy began to change and gradually condensed into the shape of a sharp blade. It was almost the same as the dragon blade from before. As time passed, Tang Zheng's expression also changed. From the initial serious expression, it gradually became relaxed. The sky outside gradually turned dark and then bright again. Unknowingly, many dragons had gathered outside. These were all dragons who had awakened after cultivating divine abilities. They all gathered in the Dragon Palace. They knew that the benefactor who had bestowed them with everything was in the Dragon Palace. Many pairs of eyes looked at the Dragon Palace with expectation. "Rise!" Suddenly, Tang Zheng let out a roar, his face flushed red. The Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy's hearts skipped a beat. They widened their eyes and stared at the 9 revolving pill furnace. The cauldron had already stopped rotating, and the light had also retracted. Even the interior of the cauldron had become extremely quiet. There was not even a trace of light, and it had sunk into complete darkness. Everyone stretched their necks, trying to see the scene inside the furnace. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out like a sun rising in the night. It was incomparably dazzling. This light slowly rose and floated above the furnace, attracting everyone's attention. The result of the combination of the dragon blade and the dragon shadow. From now on, it will be called the Dragon Shadow Blade. Tang Zheng named it Dragon Shadow Blade. Everyone's heart trembled as they remembered this name. However, they were soon attracted by another scene. They saw that the Dragon Shadow Blade had 3 saint runes running through it. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 16:12. The 3 sacred inscriptions ran through the Dragon Shadow Blade. The lines were simple and elegant, which was particularly eye-catching. The Dragon King's breathing quickened. The Dragon Shadow Blade seemed to have a suction force that drew him closer. Tang Zheng admired the Dragon Shadow Blade for a while, thinking that he was getting better at refining weapons. He looked at everyone's reaction, especially the Dragon King's, and flipped his finger. Whoosh whoosh. The Dragon Shadow Blade flipped around his fingertips a few times, creating a long series of afterimages that exuded a terrifying power. When the Dragon King saw this, he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. At this moment, that was no longer his magical weapon. His mark had been erased. He stared at the Dragon Shadow Blade, longingly, feeling uneasy. He was afraid that he would not have a share of such a powerful magical weapon. He sighed faintly, feeling extremely regretful. If he had not failed to recognize Tang Zheng and clashed with him, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Tang Zheng did not care about the Dragon King's complicated thoughts. He only looked at his eyes and flicked his finger. The Dragon Shadow Blade flew out and headed straight for the Dragon King. A terrifying aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept towards the Dragon King, like a tornado. The Dragon Envoy was so frightened that he almost screamed. The Dragon King's expression also changed abruptly. His body tensed up, and his heart felt like it was about to break. Suddenly, the Dragon Shadow Blade stopped abruptly in front of the Dragon King's forehead. It was so close that it seemed like it would pierce through his head in the next second. The Dragon King's heart hung in midair. His 2 pairs of big eyes became cross-eyed as he stared at the Dragon Shadow Blade in front of his forehead. Both the Dragon Shadow Blade and the Dragon Shadow Blade were obtained by you. That is your opportunity. Although I have refined them, they are still yours when I return them to their rightful owners, Tang Zheng said lightly. However, these words were earth-shattering. It set off waves of shock in the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy's hearts. This was equivalent to setting the tone. From now on, the remaining 7 sacred weapons in the Langya Pavilion would belong to whoever obtained them first. Tang Zheng would not deliberately snatch them or interfere. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. They couldn't wait to explore the rest of the floors. However, the strongest among them had only broken through to the first level of the advanced version. They did not have the qualifications to set foot on the remaining floors. They could only look at the sacred artifact and sigh. The Dragon King looked at the Dragon Shadow Blade in disbelief. The other party had actually given up such a powerful sacred weapon. As the person involved, his feelings were complicated and indescribable. Finally, the thousands of words turned into a single sentence. Thank you. After he finished speaking, he respectfully bowed to Tang Zheng and almost knelt down. Obviously, he was sincerely convinced. He asked himself honestly, he wasn't able to be so open and above board, and he would probably take it for himself first. When he thought up to here, he felt even more ashamed and wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in, and he was extremely regretful of his rash conflict from before. Tang Zheng nodded slightly, accepting his gratitude. He had painstakingly helped him refine artifacts, so he deserved this thank you. Tang Zheng's image instantly grew. This was not something that could be said in a few words, but was proven through his actions. It was more convincing. At least, other than the Dragon King, the other 8 dragon ambassadors were completely convinced and no longer had any thoughts of disrespect. The golden dragon saw the clues from their reactions and couldn't help but feel happy for its master and feel honored. The Dragon King did not kneel. After all, he was the king of a race, so how could he kneel so easily? He maintained his last bit of pride and said, "The entire dragon race will remember you and thank you." Tang Zheng smiled, faintly. "Although I'm a halfway dragon, I'm still a member of the dragon race. I'm deeply blessed by the dragon race. The rise and fall of the dragon race has a lot to do with me." Immediately, the previous conflict disappeared, and the last bit of grudge in their hearts was removed. Even Tang Zheng was so magnanimous. So how could the Dragon King and the dragon ambassadors not let go? "Quickly drip your blood to bind it," Tang Zheng reminded. The Dragon King suddenly understood and nodded excitedly. He activated his technique and pointed at the dragon's shadow blade. A drop of blood seeped out from his fingertip and dripped onto the dragon's shadow blade. The dragon's shadow blade immediately released a ball of red light. In the next second, the red light suddenly retracted inwards. In an instant, all of the light was retracted, leaving only the surface of the dragon's shadow blade shining with a mysterious and powerful aura. Tang Zheng looked at the dragon's shadow blade with gratification and said, "You can absorb the dragon's shadow blade into your body and become one with it. Can I really do that?" The Dragon King was shocked. He had heard of this before, but the dragon's shadow blade could not reach this point. Naturally, he had never experienced it before. "You'll know once you try." Tang Zheng looked at the 3 saint patterns and said with interest. The Dragon King quickly summoned the dragon shadow blade. With a whoosh, the dragon shadow blade disappeared. The Dragon King's eyes shone with a shocking light as he sighed. As expected, the dragon shadow blade had already become one with him. The 8 dragon envoys looked at this scene and revealed looks of envy. Their hearts surged, and they could not wait to obtain the remaining saint weapons. The Dragon King looked outside the dragon palace and sensed that all the dragons had gathered here. He had an idea and said, "Everyone, let's go out together. I have something to announce." Outside the dragon palace, the dragons were densely packed and gathered. When they saw the Dragon King and Tang Zheng come out, all of their eyes focused on Tang Zheng. Instead, the Dragon King became a supporting character. The Dragon King's heart had already calmed down and did not mind. Instead, he soared into the sky and floated high up in the air. He looked down at the dragons and said loudly, "The dragon race has declined for many years, but the heavens have not given up on the dragon race. The heavens have sent an envoy to us. The envoy has already given everyone a welcome gift. I believe that everyone will benefit greatly." The dragons discussed animatedly and looked at Tang Zheng with gratitude. The benefits this time were real and even priceless. Tang Zheng calmly accepted the gazes from all directions and looked at the Dragon King thoughtfully. He did not know what the Dragon King wanted to do. The Dragon King continued, "The dragon race has a total of 9 dragon envoys. However, one of them met with misfortune and was killed by the dragon slayer. However, the heavens have sent us a new dragon envoy." A new dragon envoy. All of the gazes fell on Tang Zheng. There was no jealousy, and they all felt that the title was deserved. "This envoy is our new dragon envoy. He is not a normal dragon envoy, but a dragon god envoy. He is not inferior to me. From today onwards, the words of the dragon god envoy will be the holy words of the dragon race." The Dragon King said passionately. At that moment, all the dragons were stunned and dumbfounded. Everyone thought that the Dragon King would reward Tang Zheng, but they never thought that the Dragon King would give him the title of Dragon God Envoy and raise his status to such an extent. Chapter 16:13. Dragon God Envoy. Tang Zheng was stunned. He did not expect the Dragon King to bestow him such a title, and it was obviously different from the other 8 dragon envoys, specifically stating that he was not inferior to the Dragon King. This already raised his status to a very high level. Heavenly Voice novel hearing the earth-shattering cheers of the Dragon God Envoy. Even the 8 dragon envoys beside him shouted. Tang Zheng's emotions were also stirred up, setting off great waves. He became the center of attention, the center of the entire dragon race. The Dragon King looked at him with a smile, raised his hands, and said, "Let's invite the Dragon God Envoy up to speak." Tang Zheng did not decline. Wasn't this what he wanted? He wanted to expand his influence and speaking rights in the dragon race. The title of Dragon God Envoy perfectly solved this problem. He slowly rose into the sky, without releasing the Dragon God's dragon aura. Just his own dragon aura was already terrifyingly powerful. Many dragons bowed respectfully and looked at Ji Hao with more and more passionate eyes. Tang Zheng looked down at the dragon race, densely packed and extending to the end of the horizon. His heart was filled with pride. He said heroically, "The dragon race is a noble race in the past, in the present, and in the future. The humiliation of the past has become history. From this moment on, the dragon race will stand up." He deliberately took a step forward. Rising higher, his voice was loud and clear, clearly transmitted into the ears of every dragon, deafening the deaf. Although it was only a few words, it seemed to have great magic. A wave of emotion spread throughout the dragon race. The Dragon King also could not help but light up, shining brightly. The dragon race has stood up. The Dragon King was the first to roar. The other dragons also echoed, loudly echoing. The dragon race has stood up. The dragon race has stood up. Deafening shouts resounded through the clouds, shaking the dragon region. This was the voice of the dragon race. At this moment, it finally burst out, like a stone stirring up 1,000 ripples. The Dragon King looked at this scene with a myriad of emotions. He did not know how many years it had been since he saw the dragon race with such a high morale and unity. He took a deep look at Tang Zheng and thought to himself that perhaps he really was an emissary sent by the heavens. No, an emissary sent by the dragon god. The matter of the dragon clan had come to an end. He had already discussed a plan with the Dragon King. As for the trap in the Langia Pavilion, it had already been set. They were only waiting for the dragon slayers to step into the Langia Pavilion. Then, the trap would be triggered automatically. At that time, they would let the dragon slayers experience the feeling of being hunted down. Hearing that Tang Zheng was going to leave, the Dragon King and the 8 dragon envoys were shocked and tried to persuade him to stay. The Dragon God Envoy had become the new core figure of the Dragon Clan, equivalent to the symbol of the Dragon Clan. If he were to leave, it would inevitably disappoint the other members of the Dragon Clan. However, Tang Zheng had no choice but to leave. He still had too many things waiting for him to do, but the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy were so kind that he couldn't refuse. He was in a dilemma. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the golden dragon. He had an idea and said, "You're worried that I won't return. Let the golden dragon stay here. If anything happens, he can find me. Master, I want to stay by your side and serve you." The golden dragon was anxious when he heard this. He quickly expressed his opinion and was reluctant to leave. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "The dragon field is your home. Your clansmen are here. It's better for you to stay here than to follow me everywhere. In addition, you have to work hard to cultivate the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. Who knows, the divine instruments in one of the remaining floors of the Langia Pavilion might be yours." The golden dragon was silent. From Tang Zheng's eyes and words, He could feel his master's earnest hope. He pondered for a while and finally nodded. "All right, I'll stay in the dragon field. Please rest assured, Master, I'll definitely cultivate wholeheartedly and won't embarrass you." Seeing that Tang Zheng had made up his mind, the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy could only compromise and accept this arrangement. At the same time, their gazes towards the Golden Dragon changed again and again. There was no doubt that the Golden Dragon's status in the Dragon Clan would rise along with Tang Zheng. Before leaving the dragon field, Tang Zheng took another look. He thought to himself that if he moved the dragon field into the heaven realm, perhaps the dragon slayers wouldn't be able to find them. Naturally, the dragon clan would be safe. However, when other creatures entered the heaven realm, they could only be turned into pure energy. Other than the dragon cave, which had entered the heaven realm and maintained a part of its original state, it was an exception. Perhaps this will happen in the future. Once they reach the heaven realm, the lightning in the dragon cave can temper them and make them stronger. He shook his head and temporarily abandoned this thought. At least, he couldn't do it now. He looked back at the golden dragon, the dragon king, and the other dragons. With a wave of his hand, he opened the spatial door and strode in. It was a sunny day in the human world. When Tang Zheng walked out of the spatial door, he saw the blue sky and white clouds. He felt relaxed and happy. After the transformation of the Tree of Life, the air in the human world had become very fresh. All the pollution had been removed, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had reached a peak. The cultivation speed of all the cultivators in the world would soar and walk on the fast track. At this moment, it was almost the spring festival. The atmosphere in the land of Huaxia was lively. Every family welcomed the spring festival. When he landed in the capital, he felt that this grand city was much more deserted. Many outsiders had already returned home. His classmates had already returned home. In the past half a year, he had almost never gone to school. There were too many things to do, so he couldn't split himself. It's the spring festival. I'll rest at home for a while and accompany grandfather and the others. He had been running around all day and didn't know when it would end. He was reminded of the scenery and had this idea. When he walked to the door, he couldn't help but think of two people, his parents. Ever since they left quietly, there had been no news of them. It was as if the human world had evaporated. He had also thought of asking the Li Palace to search for their traces. However, Li Xiaotian spent a lot of effort and found nothing. Tang Zheng also gave up. Since they didn't want him to find them, they naturally had a way to avoid him. It was useless to search for them. When they saw Tang Zheng come back alone, the others were curious. This time, he and the golden dragon quietly left. The others didn't know where he went. At first, in order to prevent everyone from worrying, he deliberately avoided talking about it. This time, he returned safe and sound, so he naturally told them everything. Everyone was excited. To them, dragons were naturally incomparably mysterious. Tang Zheng was lucky enough to go to the dragon domain and see so many legendary dragons. He was even titled as the Dragon God Envoy. Immediately, everyone was overjoyed and felt honored. It's close to the spring festival. I won't leave for the time being. I'll stay at home to accompany everyone for the spring festival. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, the house rang out with cheers. In the past year, everyone had been apart more than together. Although they didn't say anything, they knew that it was because they had no choice. But since they had the opportunity to gather together, they were naturally very happy. Tang Dehai made the final decision and said with joy, "In the past, we didn't have the atmosphere for the spring festival. This year, there are so many people. We must have a lively spring festival. Although Tang Dahai's appearance had changed very little, his spirit was no longer like an old man. He was full of energy. "Okay, we'll have a lively spring festival." Tang Zheng nodded and said, "If your parents were here, this spring festival would be even more interesting." Tang Dahai said with emotion. Chapter 16:14. It was the 12th month of winter in the capital city, covered in white snow. However, in another place, it was spring all year round. Flowers, birds, and grass were everywhere. It was truly a paradise, a heavenly novel. In this paradise, there was a small wooden building. Two people directly walked out of the wooden building. Their feet were like the wind as they walked through the air. They strolled leisurely like this and arrived at a lake as if they were walking on flat ground. Shwa shwa, sword chi was like a rainbow. Two streaks of sword chi shot out from their fingertips. There was no sword in their hands, but there was a sword in their hearts. Therefore, when their fingers drew in the air, sword chi gushed out as if it was cutting through the sky. The two people rushed into the sky, and the formless sword chi clashed in the air. There was no wind, but the surface of the lake surged with waves. With a loud rumble, a wave of water rushed into the sky. The sword chi condensed and gradually emitted a bit of light. Their sword chi condensed into a physical body. If a martial artist saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. They would not be able to guess what realm the two people's martial arts had reached and what kind of martial arts they cultivated to have such power. The two people looked at each other and shouted in tacit understanding. They quickly attacked each other. With the light sword in hand, the wind and clouds changed color. Rumble, rumble, rumble. More water pillars exploded on the surface of the lake. The momentum was great. The two people continued to fight like this until the sun set in the west. In such a high-intensity battle, the two people were not out of breath, and their faces were not red. It could be seen how long their chi and skills were. They flew down from the sky and walked on the green grass beside the lake. They were like a couple who only envied mandarin ducks and not immortals. The woman nestled in the man's arms and looked into the distance. She looked past the mountains as if she wanted to see through the layers of obstacles and reached the place thousands of miles away. "Junshan, what do you think our son is?" "He is very strong and has so many people assisting him. He will be fine. His cultivation has probably increased by a lot." "I am not worried about his cultivation. It's just that he is so young and has already faced so many dangerous things. It is far more difficult than when we were young. It really is hard on him. The heavens have given him a great responsibility." It turned out that these two people were the parents Tang Zheng had been searching for, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu. "It's almost the new year. I really miss my son. I don't know if he misses us," Lan Yu said with a sad expression. "It's all my fault. I didn't protect him well back then, and that's why our relationship has become so distant. It's been hard on you and your son all these years." Wu Junshan gently stroked his beloved wife's hair. He was deeply moved and blamed himself. Lan Yu shook her head and said, "I misunderstood you in the past. Now that I think about it, you have done enough. It's a pity that we were too weak back then. If we had continued to stay here, perhaps none of this would have happened." Lan Yu looked around, his gaze sweeping past every blade of grass and every tree. He was extremely regretful. "We grew up in the martial organization and were loyal to them. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If it wasn't for the birth of our son, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see the true face of the martial organization." Wu Junshan said in a heavy tone, "Speaking of our son, I was conceived here in the past." Lan Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of shyness as she spoke tenderly. "Wu Junshan, seemed to have sunk into his memories. An indistinct smile appeared on his face. That's right. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. We survived a great calamity and even conceived a son here. This is a gift from the heavens to us. Junshan, how do you think our son is celestial with the 9-yang saint body? I've never been able to figure this out, said Lan Yu faintly. This question had perplexed him for many years, but he had never been able to find an answer. Wu Junshan was silent. He had clearly also considered this question. After muttering to himself for a long time, he said uncertainly, "Our son was conceived here. Do you think it has something to do with this place?" "It has something to do with this place." Lan Yu was horrified. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. His eyes gradually lit up as he looked around. Could it really be like this? The husband and wife were both very clear that this place was too mysterious. There were many unsolved mysteries here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled so far and spent so much effort to find this place and return to their homeland. They wanted to increase their strength as quickly as possible, and the only method was this place. Speaking of this place, it had to be traced back to 20 years ago. At that time, during a confrontation with an enemy, the two of them accidentally entered this place and were trapped for several months. This place wasn't small. They had practically walked through it, but they still hadn't found an exit. In the end, they had discovered a wordless wall. This wordless wall's name wasn't given by them. Instead, the word wordless was carved into the wall. Thus, it was named the wordless wall. Every time there was a full moon, two figures would appear on the wordless wall. At the beginning, they didn't understand what was going on. Afterwards, they gradually found some clues. These two figures were actually practicing the sword. The two swords combined together was extremely powerful, but at that time, they had wholeheartedly supported Chief Wu. They believed that there was no martial arts that could compare to a martial ancestor, so they didn't investigate any further. Afterwards, by chance, they finally left this place a few months later. They never thought of returning. Afterwards, as their martial arts grew deeper and deeper, they began to recall the details. Only then did they realize that the sword techniques on the wordless wall were even more profound than the martial arts they cultivated. But for a long period of time, the relationship between the two of them wasn't good. Thus, they didn't have the heart to revisit this place. But ever since they recognized their son, they realized that their son's realm had left them far behind. They couldn't help at all. Only then did they recall this wordless wall again. Thus, the two of them went through untold hardships and finally found this place with great difficulty. The two of them concentrated on comprehending the profound principles of the wordless wall. Finally, they had a harvest. They comprehended a set of profound sword techniques. This was a set of sword techniques that two people practiced together. If one practiced it alone, it would be easy for one to suffer from chi deviation. During this period of time, their martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds. They were different every day. It really gave them a taste of an unprecedented harvest. However, they hadn't completely mastered this set of sword techniques. They had a premonition that once they mastered this set of sword techniques, it would be the day they would leave this place and truly recognize their son. At that time, they could stay by their son's side and make up for their dereliction of duty. They could shelter their son from the wind and rain. Our son's birthday is in the 2nd month. We must master this sword technique before then and then return. Tian Chanzi once said that on his 20th birthday, his pure yang energy will completely explode. If he doesn't pass this hurdle, then his life will be in danger. Lan Yu worriedly said. Wu Junshan held her shoulder and comforted her. What kind of person is our son? Pure yang energy won't take his life. Moreover, doesn't he have So many girls by his side. You don't need to worry. AI, our son is like this. How can I, as a mother, not worry? Then we must seize this opportunity to practice the sword. We must strive to master it as soon as possible, so that we can return as soon as possible to shelter our son from the wind and rain. Wu Junshan firmly said. Lan Yu glanced at her husband and nodded heavily. Tang Zheng didn't know that his birthday was in the second month. He always thought that the birthday his grandfather told him was his birthday, which was in the third month. Chapter 16:15. The night was very dark, and the silver moonlight sprinkled down. It was the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. The moonlight once again sprinkled on the wordless wall, and two figures immediately appeared on the wall. They were very clear and lifelike, not much different from real people. Heavenly Voice Novel 2, these two figures held long swords in their hands. Their bodies were graceful, and their swords were like swimming dragons as they danced, dazzling the eyes. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu opened their eyes wide as they stared at this scene, hoping to comprehend more sword moves from it. Their bodies did not move, but their hearts were already moved. As the figures moved, traces of understanding spontaneously rose from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, the two people's eyes widened as they stared fixedly at the wordless wall. Their faces revealed shock. They had never seen such a scene before. There was actually another figure on the wordless wall. A third figure. What was going on? They had already seen the wordless wall several times, but without exception, there were only two figures. There was never a third figure. They were not so blind that they could not even see this. So, what was going on with this third figure that had just appeared? The two looked at each other in dismay, unable to hide the complicated look in their eyes. Lan Yu moved his throat and carefully asked, "What is going on?" Wu Junshan shook his head. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he could not understand what was going on. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Let's take a look for now." Just as his voice fell, the wordless wall began to change. The third figure gradually became clear, as if it was really going to become a person and rush out from the wordless wall. The two were so frightened that they subconsciously retreated. Their nerves immediately tensed up as they were on full alert, staring unblinkingly at the wordless wall. Gradually, the figure became completely clear, and even its facial features became much more detailed. It was really no different from a real person. The two were shocked because they could see a trace of familiarity from the facial features. It was as if they had seen it somewhere before. "Who is it? It seems like we know each other." The two looked at each other. There was no need for a single word as they understood each other's thoughts. "What should we do?" Lan Yu asked. They did not know whether this change was good or bad, and the two were somewhat undecided. Before the two of them could make a decision, the third figure made a qualitative leap. It had completely turned into the image of a person. Its facial features were vivid and lifelike. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed at the same time, "Yan Qingyi." Yes, this figure was actually Yan Qingyi. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, ruffling the branches around them. This gust of wind was extremely fierce. The two of them subconsciously closed their eyes and then suddenly opened them again. They were shocked to find that there was no third figure on the wordless wall. "Where did it go? Are you looking for me?" A voice came from behind them, startling them. They turned around abruptly and saw a living person standing in front of them, Yan Qingyi. The two of them cried out in surprise again. Their expressions were extremely rich. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand how Yan Qingyi could fly out from the wordless wall. How did she do all this? Yan Qingyi looked at the two of them with an indifferent expression. She was not surprised, but in fact, There was a trace of surprise in the depths of her eyes. She seemed to be very surprised to see Tang Zheng's parents here. Speaking of which, she had also experienced a lot of ups and downs during this period of time. Ever since she was defeated in the capital, her mood had suffered a heavy blow. She had always boasted that she was the successor of the Heavenly Tao, and even the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao. However, she could not understand how she had been defeated by Tang Zheng. She had the help of the Heavenly Tao. Could it be that she was still not a match for Tang Zheng? Or was this the original intention of the Heavenly Tao to test her? She could not figure it out. She thought bitterly for a long time until one day it suddenly became clear. This was because the voice of the Heavenly Tao had taken the initiative to call her and answered her doubts. She believed that she would not forget until she died. What the Heavenly Tao had told her made her feel enlightened. She was wild with joy, and she felt a heavy burden on her body. The Heavenly Tao had told her that the Heavenly Tao was at its most dangerous time. It was threatened and not just challenged. The Heavenly Tao spoke with certainty. At first, Yan Qingyi felt that it was nonsense and exaggeration. However, gradually, as the Heavenly Tao explained in depth, she began to believe it. Under the heavens, there was actually something that could threaten the Heavenly Tao. This was really eye-popping news. However, even the Heavenly Tao did not know what was threatening it, so it needed the help of others. Yan Qingyi was the candidate chosen by the Heavenly Tao. Seeing that her mind was wavering, even the Heavenly Tao had no choice but to come out and explain. It stabilized her mind and ensured that the Heavenly Tao's plan was flawless. Yan Qingyi's mind was indeed stabilized. She also understood the great responsibility that she was shouldering. She also knew what she should do next. The Heavenly Tao had already arranged everything. She only needed to take action, although she did not understand the mystery of these actions. She also obeyed the Heavenly Tao's arrangement, so she came here in a daze. She actually passed through a transmission array from a mysterious place, and then appeared on the wordless wall. When she came out of the wordless wall, she was very surprised, especially when she saw Wu Junshan and Lan Yu. She naturally knew the identity of these two people and knew that they had left Tang Zheng. However, no matter what, Yan Qingyi did not expect that she would actually see them here. What was the Heavenly Tao's purpose in bringing her here? Could it be that it was to see them? She looked around and did not see anyone else. She could not help but believe her own judgment. Perhaps the Heavenly Tao really wanted her to see them. Perhaps it wanted to catch them and then make Tang Zheng obediently submit. Thinking of this, her face gradually became gloomy. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife as she stared at the two people. However, she was slightly puzzled in her heart. Why did her connection with the Heavenly Tao become weaker after she came here? It seemed that something had blocked her connection with the Heavenly Tao. This was unprecedented. She could not help but frown. Both sides' gazes met and stared at each other. Yan Qingyi did not ask why the two people were here, but Lan Yu could not help but ask, "Yan Qingyi, why are you here? And you came in from the wordless wall." Originally, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were trapped here. They spent several months and left this place from other places, not from the wordless wall. Since they could come in from the wordless wall, then could they also leave from the wordless wall? But how could they touch all of this? They could not figure it out. Yan Qingyi curiously muttered to herself, "The wordless wall." Chapter 16:16. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu also discovered that the two figures had disappeared. They were both shocked and cried out in alarm. How did they disappear? In the past, the figures on the wall would only disappear when the sky gradually brightened, but this time they actually disappeared so early. Heavenly Voice novel. It definitely related to Yan Qingyi. The two of them widened their eyes and stared straight at Yan Qingyi, saying, "What did you do?" Yan Qingyi looked at the two blankly. "I didn't do anything. You two were hiding here. No wonder you could disappear without a trace. From now on, you won't be able to hide anymore. What do you want to do?" Wu Junshan's expression was guarded as he stood in front of his wife, glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey. Yan Qingyi walked step by step towards the two. "Yuemo has already become very powerful. If I want to restrain him, perhaps I'll have to capture the two of you." With that, she approached the two step by step. The two looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Without a doubt, Yan Qingyi wanted to capture them and then threaten Tang Zheng. How could they let Yan Qingyi have her way? They already felt very guilty for not being able to help Tang Zheng. So how could they allow themselves to be a burden to Tang Zheng? Thus, they definitely could not fall into Yan Qingyi's hands. The two nodded inwardly, understanding each other's intentions. Then, with a flash of sword light, two light swords lit up, especially dazzling in the night. Yan Qingyi looked at the two in astonishment. In her impression, they weren't this powerful. She didn't expect them to become so strong. But so what? How could they be her match? She reached out and grabbed at the air, causing the air to suddenly shrink, causing the two to feel their bodies tighten. They quickly flew towards Yan Qingyi. "Cut!" Wu Junshan shouted, and the light sword fell, cutting the air in front of him. The feeling of restraint immediately disappeared, and the two were quickly freed. Yan Qingyi was shocked. She did not expect the other party to break free so quickly. She quickly found the answer. Her heart was in turmoil, and her face was slightly pale. "My heavenly Tao was actually restricted when I used it. What caused this?" Yan Qingyi was puzzled. She looked around and felt as if there was really an energy suppressing her. On the other hand, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were full of fighting spirit, as if they were not affected at all. Is there really something fishy about this place? Thinking of this, he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stared at the two and asked, "What is this place?" When Wu Junshan and Lan Yu saw that she had actually stopped again, they couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. They said, "If you don't know where this place is, how did you come here? Moreover, you passed through the wordless wall. How did you do it?" Lan Yu did not answer the question truthfully. This involved the heavenly Tao, so she naturally had to keep it a secret. "It seems like you two really do have many secrets. I will slowly find out all of these secrets." Yan Qingyi looked at the two with a burning gaze. "Wishful thinking," Lan Yu said resolutely. Yan Qingyi did not care at all. This place was so strange, and Wu Junshan and Lan Yu had appeared. He could not help but think a little more. Perhaps the heavenly Tao had her come here not only for these two, but also for a deeper reason. It was just that the heavenly Tao could not explain it clearly. She could not help but feel a strong interest. She wanted to investigate and see what was so mystical about this place that it could actually deceive the mysteries of the heavens. However, she first had to restrain the two in front of her. Whoosh! Her figure moved, and she attacked again. The air seemed to solidify, and it swept towards the two. Wu Junshan and Lan, you were completely focused, paying attention to all movements. They immediately discovered the abnormality, and the two immediately counterattacked. The moonlight in the sky seemed to fall into their hands. Two silver-white sword lights arrived in front of Yan Qingyi in a breath's time. Yan Qingyi reached out with both hands and actually caught the two sword lights. However, the strength of the sword lights far exceeded her expectations. The air was completely cut apart, and the air around her began to boil. The blazing air caused her breathing to become hurried involuntarily. Yan Qingyi's eyes flashed with a frightening light. She tenderly rebuked, "Break!" The sword light split into two, breaking into two. The sword light dissipated. Yan Qingyi did not even have time to catch her breath before another two sword lights appeared out of nowhere, violently surging towards her. The two people's attacks were endless. One of them went on the defensive, using swift and violent attacks to attack Yan Qingyi like a torrential storm. Although Yan Qingyi blocked and even counterattacked, it was far from over. In a flash, the two sides had already exchanged dozens of blows. Yan Qingyi did not completely suppress the two as she had expected. Instead, the two sides were evenly matched. Yan Qingyi's eyes widened involuntarily. She finally understood that she had underestimated her opponents and overestimated herself. The two people's strength had taken a qualitative leap, and due to some mysterious restriction, she was unable to completely wield the might of the heavenly Tao. This caused the two sides to be evenly matched. She was filled with resentment. If it were not for this damned place, why would she be in such a passive position? She could not even take care of these two people. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu became more and more courageous as they fought. The two of them had practiced this sword technique for a long time, but they still lacked actual combat experience. Yan Qingyi happened to make up for this and became the best practical opponent for them. The two of them were originally husband and wife, and after practicing this sword technique, their minds were practically connected. A simple glance or a small movement was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Then, after harmoniously coordinating with each other, it was flawless, causing the power of their attacks to increase exponentially. The battle had already reached its climax. In fact, both sides knew that there was no way to defeat the other. Yan Qingyi had once thought of a way to defeat them one by one, which would make it much easier to deal with them. However, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu seemed to be a single entity. She had no way of defeating them one by one. Attacking one was attacking both of them. This was like a curse, and she had no way of breaking this curse. What should I do? Yan Qingyi was anxious. If she could not break through, then this would continue. In the long run, how could she complete the Heavenly Tao's arrangement? She really hoped that the Heavenly Tao would contact her again and let her know what to do. Perhaps what the purpose of this trip was. Perhaps even the Heavenly Tao did not completely know the purpose of this trip and what was going on. All kinds of complicated thoughts surfaced in her mind, and she had all kinds of different guesses. The sky brightened, then darkened, then brightened again. The two sides had already fought for a long time, and they were both physically and mentally exhausted. Finally, both sides had no choice but to stop and breathe like cows. Their eyes were filled with helplessness as they looked at each other. They had no way of defeating each other. So what could they do? They would fight again after resting. Both sides understood that it was extremely difficult to avoid this kind of anxious situation. They had to continue fighting unless there was a victor. Without a doubt, this place would not be peaceful for a very long time. As for who would win and who would lose in the end, it was unknown when the result would be revealed. Chapter 16-17. The Spring Festival was a day when thousands of families reunited. The capital suddenly seemed empty, but Tang Zheng's villa area was still very lively. Many people had left the capital. Although they all wanted to accompany Tang Zheng, they all had their own families. Every festive season, family reunion was the right thing to do. Feng Sheshe returned to Ordinary Balance's home, while Yi Dingdong's family stayed in Dianan. They realized the importance of Dianan to martial artists and were reluctant to leave. Wu and Li Xiaotian also stayed in Dianan. Wu presided over the overall situation in Dianan, while Li Xiaotian's Li Palace coordinated and had complete control of Dianan. Lu Qingmei's relationship with her father was not very good, and she did not like the officialdom. As a result, although her father was a high official, she deliberately stayed away from him. But now, because of the attack of his opponent, her father had retreated early. Lu Qingmei still had this father in her heart, so she decided to go back to see him and comfort him. Naturally, she could not stay to accompany Tang Zheng for the spring festival, and had returned to her country long ago. Tang Zheng was almost always away from home. Although she had once vowed to pursue Tang Zheng with lofty aspirations, but reality was always cruel. Tang Zheng could not even take care of the other women, so how could she have a chance? Moreover, and was a princess after all, and her thoughts were completely different from ordinary people. Ever since she saw Tang Zheng's deep feelings for other women, not only was she not jealous, she was extremely moved. Thus, she quietly began to disappear from Tang Zheng's world and returned to her own country. However, she did not completely separate herself from Tang Zheng. After all, Tang Zheng still had so many industries abroad, and she was also involved in them. The Empyrean fairy had already left, and her whereabouts were unknown. She was determined to revive the Emperor of Heaven before she could return again. Linger's momentum was very strong, and her popularity soared. She even had the opportunity to perform on the Spring Festival Gala alone. She was busy with work and did not have the chance to accompany Tang Zheng for the new year. Everyone went their separate ways. In the end, there were very few people left in the capital. But Tang Zheng was not alone because he had Mu Hongyan and her daughter by his side. They no longer had to return to Dianan, so naturally they would spend the new year with Tang Zheng. Other than that, there were also many members of the sorcerer tribe. This big family caused the villa area to be decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was very lively. Moreover, many of the traditional customs and programs of the sorcerer tribe had been passed down, which pushed the festive atmosphere to its peak. The elder of the sorcerer tribe had already discussed with Tang Zheng that during the spring festival, the sorcerer tribe would hold a grand competition to test the results of the sorcerer tribe's cultivation over the past year. Tang Zheng gladly agreed. Although he was the emissary of the sorcerer tribe, he did not take care of the sorcerer tribe much. Usually, it was the elders of the sorcerer tribe who were in charge of the sorcerer tribe. He would take this opportunity to test the strength of the sorcerer tribe, and at the same time, unearth the best among them and entrust them with heavy responsibilities. Without a doubt, this was a crucial opportunity not only for Tang Zheng, but also for many of the sorcerer tribe members. They had witnessed the rise of Tang Zheng and felt honored to have such an emissary. If they could receive a few pointers from the emissary during the competition, they would definitely benefit greatly. If their results were outstanding, then the emissary would definitely look at them in a different light. In the future, they would have the chance to follow him and fight in the north and south. The sorcerer tribe was a natural warrior. They were born with a warlike gene, and as their strength increased, this point was completely revealed. No sorcerer tribe member wanted to be a coward, so naturally they would not miss this heaven-sent opportunity. In addition, it was said that the emissary had prepared a great gift. The winner would have the chance to receive these rewards, and their strength would naturally rise to a higher level in the future. The sorcerer tribe had been preparing for this day for a long time. On New Year's Eve, the sorcerer tribe had woken up early before dawn. The villa area had already set up an arena. There was a hubbub of voices, flags fluttering, and lanterns decorated the area. It was extremely lively. The emissary of the sorcerer tribe had been waiting at Tang Zheng's residence for a long time. When he saw Tang Zheng walk out, he hurriedly went up to him and shouted respectfully, "Sir Envoy, everyone is ready." Tang Zheng nodded his head solemnly, but Nana could no longer hold back the curiosity in her heart. She rushed out excitedly like a small whirlwind and did not forget to cheer, I want to compete too. I want to compete too. Mu Hongyan looked at her daughter helplessly and said with a faint smile, this girl was so excited last night that she wanted to participate in the competition. I don't know who she learned it from, but she's so competitive. Tang Zheng looked at Mu Hongyan affectionately and said, like mother, like daughter. She must have learned this from you. Mu Hongyan was a strong woman in the business world, and many men could not compare to her. Therefore, Tang Zheng was not wrong. Mu Hongyan laughed involuntarily. You're flattering me. Everyone is waiting. Let's go. The two of them walked side by side towards the arena. They realized that Tian Chanzi and his grandfather were already waiting for them. They were looking at the imposing witch tribe warriors with gratification. The witch tribe warriors were born with divine strength. Each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were like sharp swords standing there, causing people to respect them. When everyone saw Tang Zheng, their eyes widened. They were brimming with energy, and their eyes burned like flames as they stared straight at him. Tian Chanzi was extremely moved. Tang Dahai was extremely gratified. He had such a strong team. If not for the witch tribe, this place would definitely not be as safe as it was now. The witch tribe did not fight in the north and south, but they ensured that Tang Zheng's rear was not on fire. This was the greatest contribution. But this time's competition caused Tang Zheng's heart to move. The witch tribe was like a flower in a greenhouse. Most of them had not experienced actual combat. If they really encountered actual combat, it was unknown what level the witch tribe could display. Tang Zheng had to change this situation. This was an excellent opportunity. In the future, the witch tribe could participate in the war, especially against the sky beyond sky. The power of the sky beyond sky was huge. Even with Xiao Bai, the royal family, there would inevitably be a great war in the future. This was not something that a single person could completely control. Therefore, it was necessary to reserve enough combat power and prepare for a rainy day. Only then could they win this war in the future. When Tang Zheng walked onto the arena, there was complete silence. Everyone stopped talking, but in the next second, there were thunderous cheers. They kept waving their hands, more excited than fans seeing a star. Tang Zheng's position in the hearts of the witch tribe was more important than their own lives. How could any star be compared to him? Tang Zheng was also excited. He looked at the crowd with a burning gaze. He raised his hand and pressed it down. Only then did the cheers gradually calm down. However, there was no way to stop the pairs of blazing eyes. Brothers and sisters of the witch tribe, it's been hard on you to follow me for the past year. Tang Zheng's feelings were sincere. After he finished speaking, he bowed to everyone. No, Lord Envoy, the witch tribe did not dare to accept this big gift. Tang Zheng smiled and said to himself, on the eve of the spring festival, everyone is gathered together to celebrate the grand occasion. I hope that everyone will perform perfectly in this competition. For the outstanding ones, I have prepared rich prizes. Wow! When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar again. They knew that Tang Zheng's prize was definitely not an ordinary item. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1618. Bang! 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 A huge drum stood at the side of the stage. A witch clan member held a drumstick and began to hit it heavily. The sound of the drum rumbled and shook one's heart. One by one, the witch clan members' blood began to boil as they walked towards the small stages. There were already many small stages built in the empty plaza, and the selected witch clan warriors walked straight towards the stage. Not all of the witch clan members would be on stage this time. The witch clan had already grown to hundreds of people, and those who participated in the competition were the best of the best. Therefore, they had already gone through a round of screening. Every single one of them was a warrior of the witch clan, an elite amongst warriors. All of them were in high spirits, exuding vitality. Their muscles were strong and powerful, and their veins seemed to be exposed on their arms, as if there were small pythons wrapped around their arms. Every witch clan member was eager to give it a try, their faces brimming with the passion for battle. Bang! 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 One figure after another jumped onto the stage, causing the stage to shake nonstop, as if it was about to collapse. The witch clan elder asked for instructions from Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng nodded his head slightly and said with a loud voice, "Let the competition begin." Several people on the stage cheered and attacked their opponents at the same time. Immediately, the arena heads began to fight fiercely. The shamans were born with divine strength, and they especially liked pure strength battles. Each of them was exceptionally tall, so this kind of battle was extremely intense. It was filled with the aura of hormones, causing the hearts of those who watched to beat rapidly, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. The overall level of the witch clan had progressed very quickly, and not only were there men participating in the competition, there were also women. In the beginning, the witch clan was a completely male society, but ever since they merged with the modern society, the women in the witch clan had also rapidly developed and grown stronger. There were already people whose strength was not inferior to the men in the past. With regards to this, Tang Zheng was extremely gratified and could not help but take a few more glances. One of the female characters was not tall and was clearly different from the other female characters. Huh. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows, stared straight at that person, and asked, "Elder, that person looks thin and weak, but his strength is not low. You have really taught him well to actually unearth so many talents." The elder also looked at him with a burning gaze. He looked over and saw through the clues at a glance. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said resentfully, "That person doesn't seem to be from the shaman tribe." "What?" Tang Zheng frowned and asked in surprise, "If it's not the sorcerer tribe, then who is it? Is there anyone else here?" The elder apologized and said, "That seems to be the person you brought back." "Bring me back? Where did I bring it back from?" Tang Zheng was confused. That was clearly a girl. When did he bring a girl back? Why didn't he have any impression of her? The elder understood Tang Zheng's doubts and explained, "You're usually too busy, so I didn't tell you about this small matter. Actually, I didn't expect this girl to progress so quickly. She's Ling Qianyu, the one you brought back from the southwest border." Ling Qianyu? Tang Zheng was shocked. With his extraordinary memory, he naturally searched for this name in the depths of his memory. But wasn't that a boy? How did it become a girl? He still remembered when he killed the enemy, Ling Qianyu decisively rejected him. It was extremely difficult to link her to the thin but agile figure on the stage. So she was a girl disguised as a man. She actually deceived my eyes. He finally understood why Ling Qianyu did that. The southwest border was a dangerous place. It was full of intrigue and blood. Although she had the protection of her grandfather, a boy's identity was still better than a girl's. He couldn't help but remember that the old man entrusted Ling Qianyu to him before he died. After returning to the country, he handed her over to his subordinates. He was distracted by other things and didn't ask about her. She also became a cultivator? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Yes, at first she wasn't a cultivator. But since she came back with us from the southwest border, she was closer to us. It didn't take long for her to become familiar with our clansmen. Later on, seeing that her heart was firm, her talent wasn't bad, and she also had spiritual energy, I taught her some cultivation techniques. I didn't think that she would improve so quickly and actually sneak onto the stage. I don't even know how she got onto the stage. The elder said in confusion, "This is my dereliction of duty. Please punish me." The elder lowered his head and took the initiative to admit his mistake. He was willing to accept the punishment. Tang Zheng smiled unconcernedly and said, "Elder, what crime did you commit? Don't make a big fuss out of nothing. This is my dereliction of duty. I was entrusted by others, but I didn't do my duty. Instead, it was you who made up for my mistake. I can't thank you enough. So why would I punish you?" The elder was relieved and said, "Then I'll call her down. She can't be mischievous anymore." Tang Zheng looked deeply at Ling Qianyu and said, "Forget it. Since she went onto the stage, then it's her choice. Let's see what kind of results she can achieve." Nana came out of nowhere and hung onto Tang Zheng's arm. She pouted and said, "Brother, I also want to go onto the stage to compete." Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily and raised his arm high. Nana was like a naughty monkey, hanging onto his arm and not letting go. She stubbornly said, "Brother, I'm begging you. Promise me. Didn't you see that Ling Qianyu also went onto the stage?" "You also know her?" Tang Zheng asked in astonishment. Nana nodded. "She usually works very hard in her cultivation. She often goes to the small forest to cultivate. I occasionally see her when I go out to play." "Then you know that she works hard in her cultivation. What about yourself? Have you worked hard in your cultivation?" Tang Zheng deliberately asked seriously. Nana proudly raised her head and said, "Of course I have worked hard in my cultivation. Am I not going on to the stage to prove it?" Tang Zheng didn't want to mess around with her. He glanced at Mu Hongyan. She understood and immediately hugged her daughter and said, "Nana, be good. Don't disturb your brother." Nana snorted and pouted her lips in grievance. "They can go onto the stage, but I can't. Hung, your biased bad brother." Looking at her comical appearance, Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing Nanan's mouth to pout even higher. The battle on the stage became extremely intense and entered its final stage. In a direct confrontation, the pure strength of the battle caused adrenaline to soar. One of them was Yi Yuan, who was originally the #1 expert of the Witch Clan's younger generation, so he was naturally the focus of attention. The other person was actually Ling Qianyu, which caused everyone to be taken aback. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 1619. Yi Yuan and Ling Qianyu's performance was the most eye-catching, especially Ling Qianyu's skinny body, which actually contained a powerful energy. Her opponent was forced to retreat step by step and had no way to organize an effective counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds of people falling to the ground rang out. The battle came to an abrupt end, and the victor was decided. Only the victors of the 10 stages were left standing proudly. The 10 of them were the most elite warriors of the Witch Clan. Their faces were filled with pride, and their gazes lingered on each other with high fighting spirit. Tang Zheng took a step forward and looked at the 10 victors with gratification. His gaze lingered on Ling Qianyu for a few more seconds. Ling Qianyu met his gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. She understood that her identity had been completely seen through by Tang Zheng. She took a deep breath and suppressed all sorts of complicated thoughts, trying her best to remain calm and indifferent. Tang Zheng looked at her with gratification and said in a clear voice, "During the intermission, the winners of the next 5 matches will receive rewards, from pills to treasures. The rewards are all different, but without a doubt, the final winner will receive the greatest reward." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 victors all revealed looks of pleasant surprise. They looked at each other in dismay, unable to hide the excitement in their hearts. Yi Yuan and Tang Zheng were familiar with each other, so he mustered up his courage and asked, "May I ask what the final winner's prize is?" Tang Zheng looked at Yi Yuan with a smile. His blazing gaze and resolute gaze seemed to have already taken the reward into his bag. Sacred artifact. Tang Zheng raised his finger and spoke concisely, but with a loud voice. Sacred artifact. Cries of surprise rang out one after another, and the sound of gasps rose and fell one after another. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A normal magic treasure, or pill, was enough to make them happy, but a sacred artifact was enough to make them go wild with joy. Really? Some people were skeptical. Tang Zheng made the final decision and said, "Of course, I'm a man of my word. The final prize is the sacred artifact. The final winner will receive this sacred artifact." Immediately, no one doubted this point anymore. Those 10 people all revealed expressions of ecstasy, and the others were endlessly envious. They actually missed this kind of opportunity. Tian Chanzi looked at Tang Zheng in surprise. He didn't know that Tang Zheng had prepared a sacred artifact as a reward. That was a sacred artifact, not a magical artifact. Where did he get a sacred artifact? Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously, but he didn't explain further. Of course, he wasn't just making empty promises. He had really prepared a saint tool. This was a transcendent artifact that he had specially spent several days gathering materials and refining. The 9 revolving pill furnace could already refine a saint artifact, but it had extremely high requirements for the raw materials. Tang Zheng had painstakingly searched everywhere for enough raw materials to refine a saint artifact. Although he had the ability to refine artifacts, he was limited by the lack of raw materials. Even the cleverest woman could not cook without rice, so he had no other choice. However, to the others, this was already an extremely rare miracle. During this short period of rest, none of the 10 contestants dared to waste it. They were filled with even more fighting spirit for the upcoming battles, and were all prepared to charge towards the top of the mountain. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation was profound, and he was one of the best in the younger generation, he did not dare to let his guard down when he saw the passionate gazes of the others. Tang Zheng took a few steps forward, faced the crowd, and said in a clear voice, "The second round of the competition begins." The 10 people split into 5 groups and started the intense battle again. Although they had consumed a lot of energy and had not completely recovered, the battle was even more intense than before. It could really be described as cruel. Everyone gave it their all. All sorts of magic treasure flew in the air, and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly, like the sound of thunder exploding. If not for the protection of the array formation, such a huge commotion would have already spread to the outside world, attracting countless gazes. This was also what Tang Zheng was relying on. No matter what kind of earth-shattering commotion happened in the villa area, the people outside would not know about it, so the competition on the stage would not affect the people outside at all. The sounds of cheering rose and fell one after another. It was extremely intense, and finally someone had decided the victor. Some people fell from the stage, while others were restrained by their opponent's magic treasure and lost their ability to move. Yi Yuan was the first to win. There was no doubt about his strength. He was able to defeat his opponent, and the two of them did not seem to be on the same level. Tang Zheng nodded his head in gratification. As expected of the witch clan who had followed him since the beginning, his strength could not be underestimated. Tang Zheng had already seen that Yi Yuan's cultivation had actually reached the 9th stage of the Yuanying realm. One must know that it was almost impossible for him to reach this step normally. However, ever since the witch clan followed Tang Zheng, the spirit qi of heaven and earth had also improved. With the true teachings of Tang Zheng, the witch clan was also good at refining pills. Because of these combined factors, the potential of the witch clan had completely exploded. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had traveled 1,000 miles in a day. Suddenly, Tang Zheng squinted his eyes and looked at another scene in astonishment. Out of the 5 matches, 4 of them had already been decided, and there was only one match left that was still in an intense battle. However, what shocked everyone was that this match was in an anxious state, and they could not help but raise their eyebrows. Ling Qianyu's strength has clearly just entered the Yuanying realm. Why is he able to hold back that Yuanying 5th stage opponent? Tang Zheng could see the disparity in strength between the two sides with a single glance. Ling Qianyu's improvement was indeed beyond his expectations, which meant that Ling Qianyu was indeed a good seedling for cultivation, with limitless potential. However, no matter how great his potential was, there was no way to make up for this kind of gap. However, Ling Qianyu was like a roly-poly. Although he was exhausted, he did not fall down. Instead, he dragged his opponent step by step into the abyss. Suddenly, Ling Qianyu saw a flaw in her opponent's defense and attacked. Bang! His opponent flew out of the stage. Although he was unwilling, he had nothing to say, because if he lost, he lost. There was no excuse to speak of. Ling Qianyu directly collapsed on the stage, gasping for breath, exhausted and drenched in sweat, as if he had been fished out of a river. There were 5 remaining victors, but there were only 2 matches. One of them would draw lots to advance, and there would be no need to compete. If one of them was lucky enough, then they would be able to rest, reap the benefits, and prepare for the next big battle. Ling Qianyu was very lucky. She had actually drawn the lucky lot to advance directly. All she needed to do was rest and wait for the next big battle. The others looked at Ling Qianyu, and all of them praised her good luck. However, no one thought that her good luck would last forever, because the closer it was to the end, the more it would depend on one's strength, and not just luck. The 3rd round of the competition began. Tang Zheng did not pay attention to the stage, and instead walked over to Ling Qianyu, who was sitting cross-legged and continuously adjusting her breathing. Nanan was alive and kicking. She also chased after her. Chapter 16:20. Tang Zheng looked at Ling Qianyu with a burning gaze. He felt guilty and said, "How have you been these days?" Ling Qianyu did not answer. Instead, she knelt in front of Tang Zheng and kowtowed to him several times. Heaven's Book 2 Tang Zheng was shocked. He hurriedly helped her up and asked, "What are you doing? Why do you have to do this?" "If it wasn't for you saving me, I would have already died at the border. So my life was given to me by you. You are my benefactor," Ling Qianyu emotionally said. "You're exaggerating." Tang Zheng directly helped her up. She could no longer kneel, but her eyes were still full of excitement when she looked at Tang Zheng. "Your talent is extremely good, which is why you can cultivate so quickly. I am very gratified. In the future, you should continue to work hard so that you won't let down your grandfather's sacrifice," Tang Zheng said with heartfelt words. "Yes, I will remember." Ling Qianyu nodded heavily. Her face was very serious. Nana tilted her head and looked at the two. She suspiciously said, "Sister Qianyu, you are so powerful. Let's compete and see who is more powerful." Nana's eyelids jumped. She was eager to try. Ling Qianyu had a difficult expression on her face as she said in shame, "Nanan, you are so powerful. How could I be your opponent?" Nana pouted and said, "How am I powerful? The last time I went to Dianan, I didn't help brother much. I am not powerful at all." During the trip to Dianan, Nana vowed to share Tang Zheng's worries. However, in the end, she did not get what she wanted. After all, she was a little girl. In such a dangerous society, strength was not the decisive factor. Ling Qianyu was at a loss. She looked helplessly at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed Nana's shoulder and deliberately said with a straight face, "Nana, don't be ridiculous. Don't disturb Qianyu's rest. She still has a big battle to fight." Tang Zheng led the reluctant Nana away and turned his attention to the ring. The battle was very intense, and everyone was giving it their all. Yi Yuan was still extremely dazzling. His attacks were extremely sharp, causing people to raise their eyebrows. Boom! The stage beneath Yi Yuan's feet collapsed with a loud bang. His opponent fell into the ruins of the stage and was unable to get up again. He was completely defeated. Following that, the scores of the other battle arena were also given out. The two victors became the focus of everyone's attention, receiving everyone's praise and envy. A light flashed in Tang Zheng's hand as he said, "This is a bottle of medicinal pills, and this is a heaven-grade magic artifact. The second and third place will receive these two prizes. Among the three of you, two will receive these prizes." Everyone held their breaths and waited quietly because they knew very well that Tang Zheng would reveal the third prize. Sure enough, a light flashed in Tang Zheng's hand, and a wide and thick gigantic sword appeared in front of Tang Zheng. It emitted a sharp light and floated lightly in the air, especially the holy inscription on it. It was extremely eye-catching. Holy artifact. One by one, cries of surprise rose and fell. There were also sounds of gasping as pairs of eyes stared at the gigantic sword with burning gazes. Tang Zheng himself used a sword, so he naturally had the most experience in refining a sword, so the magic treasure he chose was a sword. Furthermore, he had spent a lot of effort and precious materials to refine these materials, and there was only one sword. However, this sword could not be compared to the mysterious hidden sword. Although it was a holy artifact, there were many holy inscriptions, and it was not simple. Even so, it was still a holy artifact, which meant that he could refine a holy artifact. One had to know how difficult it was for Mo Xie to refine a holy artifact back then. In the shaman tribe, no one had a holy artifact, not even the elders. Therefore, if anyone was lucky enough to obtain a holy artifact, they would be the only one in the shaman tribe. Whether it was glory or status, they would be extraordinary. Under the dazzling light of the holy artifact, the other members of the shaman tribe all revealed looks of envy as they stared at the two victors. The remaining three people would draw lots to decide who was the lucky one. In other words, the winner did not need to compete at all. He could directly advance to the finals and join the ranks of the competitors for the holy artifact. Who would be the lucky one? No one was optimistic about Ling Qianyu. She had already been lucky once, so it was impossible for her to be lucky again. When the results of the draw came out, everyone was shocked. Ling Qianyu was actually the lucky one again. How can her luck be so good? Many people looked at Ling Qianyu enviously. Tang Zheng sighed. Ling Qianyu was really lucky. Back then, she had met him at the brink of death. Now, she had actually drawn the lucky lot twice. However, this was the result. No one could criticize or question it. Yi Yuan and the other clansmen once again walked onto the stage. After a series of battles, the two of them had consumed a lot of energy, but their fighting spirit was still high. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The stage did not last for long before it turned into ruins. However, the battle had not stopped. The ruins flew up into the sky like a huge ball, completely enveloping them. They could no longer be seen. However, the sounds of the intense battle could still be clearly heard by everyone. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at the battlefield without blinking. Crash! All of a sudden, the ruins fell from the sky. Everything fell silent. Everyone stared at the ruins. Only one person stood there proudly, Yi Yuan. Everyone cheered as Yi Yuan's name resounded through the clouds. Yi Yuan took a deep breath. His face was pale white. After a series of battles, his stamina and power had been greatly depleted. However, he still stood proudly. His desire for victory had overcome the limits of his body. Tang Zheng looked at him with gratification, thinking that he was not mistaken. Yi Yuan was indeed very outstanding. What followed was the great battle between Yi Yuan and Ling Qianyu. Everyone's blood was boiling. Who would win between Yi Yuan and Ling Qianyu? After Yi Yuan rested for a while, the two of them finally stood face to face on the stage. The battle seemed to be about to begin at any time, but Ling Qianyu suddenly stopped. I request for a pause. He has yet to recover his strength, so I will not win. Ling Qianyu said indifferently. She had already rested for enough time and recovered to her peak condition. However, Yi Yuan was obviously not like that. She could see it, so she spoke bluntly. Hua. Everyone started to discuss amongst themselves. They did not expect her to be so frank. Yi Yuan's face was red as he said, "No need. If I still can't defeat her, I won't have the qualifications to stand here." Although Ling Qianyu was only in his teens, ever since he followed Tang Zheng, his body had grown taller and taller than before. Yi Yuan was actually a teenager in his teens, but he was very tall and sturdy. Ling Qianyu still looked very small and skinny in front of him. If you insist, then I am willing to admit defeat. Ling Qianyu had a lot of character, so he simply turned around and walked down the stage, leaving Yi Yuan standing alone on the stage. Chapter 16:21. Ling Qianyu's actions caused everyone to be taken aback. They never thought that after working so hard, she would actually be willing to admit defeat at the last moment. What kind of show was this? Yi Yuan looked at her in confusion, but he could not guess what she was thinking. He asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Ling Qianyu said calmly, "I've already said it before, fighting with a person who is almost exhausted. Even if I win, I will not win." Tang Zheng's eyes lit up, the corner of his mouth curled up, and looked at her with a smile. He already understood Ling Qianyu's thoughts, and could not help but praise her. It was not easy to have such courage at such a young age. He had not saved her in vain. However, Yi Yuan said with a red face, "I won't lose, I still have the strength." Before he could finish, Tang Zheng interrupted him and said, "Yi Yuan, I will bestow you with a pellet. After you consume it, you will be able to recover your strength and stamina very quickly, and then fight with Ling Qianyu with all your might. This way, it will be the fairest, no matter if you win or lose. No one will complain." "I don't use pills." Yi Yuan still wanted to argue, but Tang Zheng flicked his finger, and a pill flew in front of him. He had no choice but to catch it, looking at the sparkling and translucent pill in his palm that was emitting a strange fragrance. He had no choice but to obey Tang Zheng's orders. Immediately, a powerful force rushed from his throat to his 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs. In almost a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan's exhausted power had completely recovered. He was wild with joy and hurriedly moved his muscles and bones. His joints were like firecrackers that kept popping out. Bang! He smashed his fists together and stared at Ling Qianyu with a burning gaze. He eagerly said, "I'm done. Let's fight to our heart's content and decide the victor." Ling Qianyu nodded his head calmly and said simply, "All right." Whiz! His figure drifted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He turned into a gust of wind and lightly flew towards Yi Yuan. However, this seemingly light movement contained boundless killing intent. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He anxiously used his sacred art and started to fight intensely with Ling Qianyu. Immediately, everyone's eyes were attracted by the two's drifting figures. Unlike the previous head-on battle, Ling Qianyu changed her strategy. It turned out that when she competed with her other opponents, she would always choose to face them head-on. Moreover, she was not inferior to her other opponents at all. But now that she was facing Yi Yuan, she cleverly changed her strategy. Instead, she adopted a guerrilla tactic and did not completely clash head-on with Yi Yuan. Ling Qianyu was a smart person. She was very clear about the difference in cultivation between her and Yi Yuan. This gap that was like a chasm was not that easy to make up for. Therefore, if she chose to fight head-on, the result would be clear soon. She would lose without a doubt. If he could not win, he could only win with his wits. Yi Yuan's patience was not very good. This was the opponent's weakness that Ling Qianyu knew. Once Yi Yuan's patience was worn down, he would panic, and only then would he have the opportunity to take advantage of it. The moment the two sides exchanged blows, the others started to discuss, especially Ling Qianyu's strategy. Many people were shocked. The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth curled up into a smile. Of course, he was very clear about the difference between the two, and could not help but say with interest, "How smart!" Nana tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Why doesn't she fight head-on? That would save a lot of time." Tang Zheng patted her head and said with a smile, "Then why don't you think about it yourself?" Nana scratched her head and thought for a long time, then shook her head blankly. "I don't understand. Why do you keep dragging this out when you can clearly end it quickly?" With her small head, she really couldn't figure out why she had to go through so much trouble. Tang Zheng laughed dryly and asked Tian Chanzi, who was beside him, "Who do you think will win?" Tian Chanzi's gaze was unwilling to move away and said in a deep voice, "Why are there so many monsters by your side? This little girl is the god of progress. It is truly rare." In addition, she was also very smart and actually knew how to outsmart him. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation is stronger, I'm afraid it won't be good for him either. As for victory or defeat, it might be 50-50. Tian Chanzi had seen too many times how the weak defeated the strong, especially when it happened to Tang Zheng. So he was not so superstitious about the overwhelming advantage of cultivation. Sometimes having a high cultivation did not mean that one would definitely win. Tang Zheng looked at him in surprise and said meaningfully, "I never thought that you would think so highly of Ling Qianyu." Tian Chanzi asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you don't think so?" The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth curled up into a mysterious smile, but he did not say anything. The battle between the two turned into a long battle, and Yi Yuan's patience was slowly being worn down. He was a person who was used to cutting the Gordian knot and had never encountered such a torturous battle before. In the past, he had always ended the battle as quickly as possible. Whether he won or lost, the outcome would be revealed in an instant. This kind of prolonged battle was truly a form of torture. His eyes gradually turned red as he roared and attacked Ling Qianyu. It was precisely this sudden attack that caused him to accidentally reveal a flaw. Ling Qianyu had been waiting for this kind of opportunity the entire time. So how could he miss it? With a shake of his hand, a cold light directly attacked Yi Yuan's body. Bang! One had to know that he was a person who had cultivated the primal Chaos Vajra spell before, so his body's resistance to attacks was far greater than that of ordinary people. However, there was still a wound on his body. From this, it could be seen how fierce Ling Qianyu's attack was. However, Yi Yuan was not defeated so easily. He flipped in the air and suddenly raised his head, staring at Ling Qianyu with burning eyes, as if his eyes were about to spit fire. He did not stop at all and rushed out again. Just like this, the angrier he was, the fiercer his attacks seemed, but in reality, the more flaws there were. Once, twice, many times, he was actually knocked down by Ling Qianyu many times. This scene caused the others to be shocked, and they all cried out in alarm. The Witch Clan elder also stood up from his chair with an anxious look on his face. Yi Yuan was the last person in the Witch Clan. If he lost, then where would the Witch Clan's face go? He anxiously looked at Tang Zheng and said anxiously, Yi Yuan, Tang Zheng waved his hand and said, he's too smooth. It's a good thing that someone can grind his temper. Just as he finished speaking, a thought popped up in his mind. Ever since the Witch Clan left the 10,000 huge mountains, they had been living under his protection. Although they had participated in several great battles, their independence was far from enough, and their experience was also far from enough. If this continued, the title of natural warrior would not be worthy of its name. If the Witch Clan wanted to transform, they would have to experience the tempering of countless amounts of blood and fire. Just like himself, he had also experienced countless amounts of blood and fire, the test and tempering of life and death, before he could become as strong as he was today. This reminded him that after the spring festival, where would the Witch Clan go? He would probably have to think about this question. Guarding the house should not be the mission of the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan had another mission. Chapter 16:22. The battle between the two continued. Yi Yuan had already passed the most difficult stage, and the situation had changed once again. In the end, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Ling Qianyu relied on her little tricks to gain the upper hand for a period of time. Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh of relief, stabilized his footing, and launched a swift and fierce counterattack. Ling Qianyu retreated step by step. Her expression became unnatural, her cheeks flushed red, and she hastily responded. However, her defeat was already decided, and she was powerless to reverse the situation. Bang! After a muffled sound, she flew out and landed on the ground in a sorry state, unable to get up again. The strength of this attack was not small, and Yi Yuan was also angered by it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his cultivation was higher than his opponent's, yet he was still dragged into the mud, causing his face to lose all light. Naturally, he did not show any mercy when he attacked. Puff! Ling Qianyu spat out a mouthful of blood, her face becoming incomparably pale. Yi Yuan knew that he had failed, so he immediately rushed over and helped her up, asking with concern, "How are you?" Ling Qianyu shook her head slightly and said weakly, "I won't die, I lost." Although she had once hoped that she could defeat the strong as the weak, reality was still cruel. She had no choice but to accept all of this. However, she did not accept her fate just like that. She forced herself to say, "One day, I will defeat you." Yi Yuan never thought that she would actually have such courage. He could not help but laugh involuntarily, and the trace of resentment he originally had disappeared into thin air. "Do you really have that much confidence?" he teased. Ling Qianyu nodded. "Of course I have confidence, and I have full confidence." Yi Yuan laughed out loud. "All right, then I'll wait for you." I announced that the winner of the competition is Yi Yuan. At the end of the competition, Tang Zheng stood on the high platform and looked around. He stared at the people of the Witch Clan who had bright eyes, and announced with a voice that was as loud as a bell, "Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan!" The cheers seemed to break through the clouds. His victory was well-deserved, and no one did not believe him. Naturally, he received the most cheers. "Yi Yuan, please come to the stage." Yi Yuan was extremely excited. He walked up the stage with large strides and stopped in front of Tang Zheng. Their eyes met, and the excitement on Yi Yuan's face and heart could not be concealed. "The other 4 winners, please come to the stage as well." Tang Zheng had said that there would be prizes for the top 5, so it was time to fulfill his promise. The 4 of them couldn't hide their excitement as they stepped onto the stage. Even Ling Qianyu's eyes were brimming with excitement. She had always been fighting alone, cultivating bitterly, and had received very little help from the outside world. If there was a prize, there was no doubt that it would increase her strength. Many pairs of eyes stared at the prizes in Tang Zheng's hand. The sacred tool was especially eye-catching. Tang Zheng glanced at the few of them and said in a clear voice, "In order to commend your wonderful performance, I will give you a prize. I hope that you will continue to work hard and not let my painstaking efforts go to waste." As soon as he finished speaking, the prize turned into a few rays of light and flew into everyone's hands. Immediately, someone was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. His eyes were red as he said, "We will definitely remember your teachings and never dare to forget." Yi Yuan even knelt down on one knee, the sacred artifact sword stabbed into the high platform, and with a bang, the high platform trembled slightly. He said excitedly, "I, Yi Yuan, swear that I will obey your orders to the death. I swear I will obey your orders to the death." The others also knelt down on one knee, and even Ling Qianyu was no exception. The witch tribesmen knelt on the ground. Tang Zheng was so excited that he did not say a single word. Suddenly, kacha! The high platform beneath his feet shattered into pieces. It was actually unable to withstand the power of that sword strike. Tang Zheng and the rest did not fall down, but floated in the air. Otherwise, they would definitely be in a sorry state. Yi Yuan knelt in the ruins, looking slightly embarrassed. He was shocked and stammered. Tang Zheng did not mind and laughed out loud. "Today is New Year's Eve, the competition has ended, and the following is the New Year. Everyone eat and drink well." Wow! Cheers once again resounded through the clouds. Tang Zheng was having fun with the people at the open-air bonfire banquet, exchanging cups with the witch tribesmen, and every witch tribesman came to toast him. He could no longer remember how much he had drunk. Fortunately, his body had already been cultivated to an extremely strong state, so he did not fall down. Of course, if he were to use his sacred art, no matter how much wine he had, it would not be able to get him drunk. Now, with his physical body's resistance to alcohol, he was actually a little tipsy. Yi Yuan was already a little drunk. He was the biggest reaper, so naturally he could not avoid round after round of toasts. He also had a forthright personality and did not reject anyone. Suddenly, a small figure ran to his side and said coquettishly, "Big brother Yi Yuan, can I take a look at your sacred artifact?" Yi Yuan's sacred artifact had already been observed by countless people. He lowered his head and saw that it was actually Nana, so he naturally would not reject her. He carefully handed the sacred artifact over to her and warned, "Nana, this is a sacred artifact. Don't play around with it." Nana casually waved his hand a few times. Whoosh, 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 streams of sword chi crisscrossed, and a crack appeared on the ground. The others were all very careful when observing the sacred artifact, unlike Nana, who was as casual as him. Yi Yuan was so scared that he woke up from his drunkenness and really wanted to take it back. He swallowed his saliva and advised, "Nana, this is a sacred artifact. You have to be careful." Nana rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's not like I've never seen a sacred artifact before. Furthermore, the quality of this sacred artifact is not high, so what's the point of being so precious?" Yi Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sacred artifact was not a treasure. Who else would dare to speak so arrogantly? Probably only Nana could do so. Her master was the mysterious lady of the ninth heaven, and she also had Tang Zheng who loved her so much, so no one could compare to her. Nana casually played with it a few times, then lost interest and casually threw it out. Yi Yuan hurriedly caught it and could not bear to take it out again, hiding it tightly. However, he immediately noticed something strange. A pair of blazing eyes were staring straight at him, causing his scalp to go numb. He abruptly turned his head and discovered that the person staring at him was actually Nan Nan. That pair of big round eyes were perfectly round, like two black pearls. "Nana, why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "I want to challenge you." Nana said, "What challenge me?" Yi Yuan thought that he had heard wrongly and laughed involuntarily as he looked at her. Nana firmly nodded his head. "Yes, I want to challenge you. You are the strongest warrior in the witch clan, so of course I will choose the strongest warrior to challenge." Yi Yuan hurriedly hid the magic treasure in his bosom, as if he was afraid that Nana would covet his sacred artifact. Nana rolled her eyes at him, seeing through his thoughts, and said, "It's not like I'm greedy for your magic treasure. I don't care. I just want to challenge you." "Are you serious?" Yi Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Nana nodded. "Of course it's true." Yi Yuan felt relieved. "All right, then we can spar a bit. Don't worry. I will definitely show mercy." Chapter 16:23. No one noticed that one of the main characters, Yi Yuan, had disappeared. No one had deliberately circulated their energy to dissolve the alcohol. So many people were already dead drunk. Heavenly Voice Novel 2 Tang Zheng had already returned to his room, but he did not go to his own room. Instead, he was supported by Mu Hongyan to her room. Since the other women were not here, she would not miss this good opportunity. Tang Zheng immediately laid on the soft bed, his eyes blurred as he looked at Mu Hongyan. Mu Hongyan's face also turned red, like a ripe apple, as she stared at him in a daze. An invisible attraction spread between them, and the two heads slowly leaned against each other. Ing-ing! The two mouths were tightly pressed together. After a long while, Mu Hongyan's heart raced, and she pushed him away while panting. She glanced at the door and said, "Be careful. Nana will see it when she comes in." "What are you afraid of?" Tang Zheng laughed sinisterly. "She's slowly growing up. She's smarter than the average child. She knows more than you think, just like a little adult." Mu Hongyan pouted. "She must have gone to play. Don't worry about her." Tang Zheng had just tasted a little sweetness. How could he be willing to give up just like that? Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open by a strong force. Nana skipped in excitedly. Tang Zheng and Mu Hongyan bounced back as if they had been electrocuted. Mu Hongyan tidied up her clothes with a red face and pretended to be calm as she asked, "Nana, why are you so happy?" Nana opened her eyes wide and said excitedly, "Mom, let me tell you a piece of good news. I am the strongest." Tang Zheng and Mu Hongyan looked at her in confusion, not knowing what she meant. Seeing that the two of them did not understand what he meant, Nana pouted and said faintly, "I defeated Yi Yuan. Isn't that powerful enough?" "Child, don't talk nonsense," Mu Hongyan lectured. "Are you serious?" Tang Zheng was skeptical because from Nanan's expression, it did not seem like she was lying. "Of course it's true." Nana proudly raised his head, stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze, and said, "So, you also have to reward me with a saint artifact that is even better than Yi Yuan's sword. I don't like that big guy." Mu Hongyan's expression also became serious. She realized that her daughter was not bragging regarding her daughter's cultivation. It was always the Empyrean fairy who taught her, and she did not ask too much. In any case, she was very clear that her daughter's strength was higher than hers. He never thought that she would actually be so high that she could defeat Yi Yuan. One had to know that the difference in age between the two of them was huge. Tang Zheng had a straight face as he stared at Nana with bright eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her body as he took in her cultivation and strength. Her cultivation had actually reached such a realm unknowingly. He did not know how the Empyrean fairy had taught her this disciple. Her short period of cultivation was equivalent to a lifetime of hard work for others. She was actually also a 9th stage Yuanying, and Yuanying was very lively, like a little baby. Her cultivation was on par with Yi Yuan, so she definitely had a divine ability that Yi Yuan did not have, so it was not too difficult to defeat Yi Yuan. How did your master teach you? Tang Zheng could not help but sigh. Nana tilted his head, recalled for a while, and replied, Master gave me a lot of beans. Beans? Tang Zheng and Mu Hongyan looked at each other in dismay. They did not know what kind of bean it was, but it actually had such a miraculous effect. They are pills, but I like to call them beans. Nana explained. What kind of pill did the Empyrean fairy give you? Tang Zheng was shocked. Although pills were good things, but of all things being greedy was not necessarily a good thing. Furthermore, if he gave her too many pills, what if she improved too quickly and went berserk in the future? It was not a good thing to try to grow a seedling. I don't know what kind of pills they are, but in any case, there are a lot of pills. Master said that most people are worried that if they eat too many pills, their cultivation will increase too quickly, and then they will not be able to control it, and it will be easy for them to go berserk. However, with her by my side, I don't have to worry about these problems at all. Nana raised his head, revealing a proud and complacent expression. It was obvious that he agreed with his master's words. Mu Hongyan looked at Tang Zheng worriedly. This kind of thing was only up to him. Tang Zheng looked at Nana thoughtfully, thinking carefully. The Empyrean fairy's words seemed to have opened a door for him. Although there was suspicion of rushing the seedlings to help them grow, once the process was under control, then there was no need to worry about going berserk. Nana had her as a bodyguard, so there was no need to worry about this problem. The others did not have this advantage, but if there was a way to make up for this danger, then they could use the pills to quickly improve their cultivation. Then what was the most effective way to avoid going berserk? Of course, it was to get rid of the inner demons. Once the inner demons were gone, then there was no need to worry about going berserk. Of course, there was a way to get rid of the inner demons in this world, and he was one of the beneficiaries. However, his cultivation was too low in the past, so he did not dare to have extravagant hopes. But now his cultivation was very powerful, so perhaps there was a way to solve this problem. Once this problem was solved, the cultivation of the people around him would improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, whether it was against the Dragon Slayers or the Grandmasters, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Clap! He suddenly clapped his hands as he was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He picked up Nanan and raised her up high as he cheered. Nanan, you really are a lucky star. You have solved a big problem for me. Although Nana was very confused, she said proudly, Of course, I'm so powerful. Of course I'm a lucky star. Mu Hongyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at this happy scene, her heart was incomparably soft. She said coquettishly, Nana is still so young. You should spoil her. Tang Zheng did not mind and said, I'm serious. Then what problem did she solve for you? Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously. You'll know in the future. Nana, you want a holy tool, right? Don't worry, brother will fulfill your wish. Wait for me to collect the materials, then I'll refine a holy tool for you. Yay! Nana's eyes lit up. She raised her fist and cheered. Then you two play first. I happen to have an idea. I'll go do something for a while. Tang Zheng put down, gave Mu Hongyan a look, and said, Nana was back. The two of them could not do anything with real swords and spears, so they might as well go back to the room to test their ideas. Mu Hongyan looked at him bitterly. She had no choice but to nod in agreement. The bonfire party outside was still lively. Tang Zheng had already returned to his room. He calmed himself down and used his supernatural powers. Counting the days, it had been a month since he last entered Langya Pavilion. It was just right for him to enter again. Sigh. The Dragon Slayers can enter Langya Pavilion at any time. If I can still only enter once a month, then if they come in, even with the precautions set up by me and the Dragon King, it may not be 100% safe. Just in case, I have to have a way to enter Langya Pavilion at any time. Then I can successfully stop the Dragon Slayers. This time, I have to think of a way to achieve these two goals. Chapter 16:24. In Langya Pavilion, Tang Zheng went straight to the fourth floor and saw the exorcism mirror in the center of the empty space. It was as tall as a person. The exorcism mirror was made of an unknown material. It was completely black and engraved with complicated patterns. It looked like a circle of lace wrapped around the mirror. He walked straight to the exorcism mirror. His figure appeared in the mirror. It was incomparably clear. There were no more illusions, and there was no black chi on his body. This was because the black chi represented the inner demons. The inner demons had been eliminated, so naturally, it was incomparably clean. He walked around the exorcism mirror and looked it up and down. He had never thought of this before, so naturally, he had not carefully sized up the exorcism mirror. Now that he had carefully observed and thought about it, he muttered to himself thoughtfully, I can't bring anyone else into Langya Pavilion. Naturally, I can only take the exorcism mirror out, just like taking other magic treasures. However, if I take it away, the other dragons won't be able to exorcise the inner demons. He pinched his chin and stared at the exorcism mirror with bright eyes. After a long time, he slapped his thigh and said, I've got it. If I can return the exorcism mirror, won't this problem be solved? However, this was not an easy task. In the past, after he took away the magic treasures, he had thought about whether he could return them to Langya Pavilion. However, he failed after trying. He could take the magic treasures from Langya Pavilion, but he could not return them. This was a one-way process. It didn't work in the past, but it doesn't mean it won't work now. He shook his head, and his gaze gradually became determined. Bang! He grabbed the exorcism mirror with both hands, but it did not move at all. Rise! He growled and exerted force with both hands. However, he found that the exorcism mirror was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, but it still did not move. He let go of his hands and looked at the exorcism mirror in surprise. This mirror was really strange. He could not move it, let alone take it out of Langya Pavilion. Brute force won't work. I have to think of another way. He did not give up. With a thought, a mighty aura rose from his body. Bang! His hands landed on the exorcism mirror again. The exorcism mirror buzzed and trembled. He had already used his divine power. The power was unimaginable, but even so, the exorcist mirror only trembled and did not actually leave the ground. Whoosh! Tang Zheng exhaled heavily. The muscles in his arms trembled, but he did not achieve the desired effect. I can even move Mount Bujo. Do you think I can't move a mere mirror? He gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. He might as well go all out against the exorcist mirror. Bang! Whoosh! He used the sky-swallowing technique, and 2 black holes spread out in his palms. The violent suction force produced a huge vortex. The 2 black holes merged into one, and the black light completely enveloped the exorcist mirror. The exorcist mirror trembled violently and gradually left the ground. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. Ha ha, the sky-swallowing technique is indeed powerful. Even the exorcist mirror is unable to withstand its immense power. Of course, he would not allow the exorcist mirror to be sucked into the black hole. That would be equivalent to entering the heavenly realm. If the exorcist mirror turned into a wisp of energy, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? He would also destroy an extremely important treasure. Since the sky-swallowing technique could shake the exorcist mirror, he could use the sky-swallowing technique to control the exorcist mirror when he was about to leave. Then they would leave together. He believed that this was a workable method. He was relieved. He did not expect to have such a huge gain and complete his first goal not long after entering the Langya Pavilion. He was about to cancel the sky-swallowing technique when he realized that the black light suddenly flashed. Even the Langya Pavilion trembled. The space seemed to have become unstable. What's going on? He hurriedly looked around. The place seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if there was an earthquake. The commotion was so huge that it made one tremble in fear. He did not expect this change, but he vaguely guessed that it was related to the sky-swallowing technique. Indeed, the sky-swallowing technique was not an ordinary spell. The sky-swallowing technique was equivalent to the spatial door of the heavenly realm, and the world inside the dragon seal was equivalent to another small world. This world was not as stable as he had imagined. Otherwise, it would not be so small. The heavenly realm was a bigger world than this world. The strength of the energy contained in the two could not be compared at all. The black hole was created here, and it had a violent impact on this space. In the past, he had used the sky-swallowing technique in the dragon seal to absorb the souls of the dragon slayers, but there were no such strong side effects. That was then, and this was now. At that time, his sky-swallowing technique was not as powerful as it was now. Now, he had cultivated the sky-swallowing technique to the highest realm, sky-swallowing. Now that he used the sky-swallowing technique in the dragon seal, the impact on this space was very strong. It made the Langya Pavilion on the verge of collapse. This world seemed to be about to collapse. The dragon seal was the holy land of every dragon. It was equivalent to the spiritual source. It was a huge treasure. If the dragon seal collapsed, it would be a devastating blow to the dragon race. Although Tang Zheng did not think so much, he realized that something was wrong. This was definitely related to his sky-swallowing technique, so he had to stop it immediately. Just as he had this thought, the power of the sky-swallowing technique increased wildly. The light that enveloped the exorcist mirror suddenly flashed and was sucked into the black hole with a whoosh, disappearing. Then Tang Zheng had time to withdraw the sky-swallowing technique and make the black hole disappear. However, the fourth floor had already become empty, and there was no longer the exorcist mirror. The Langya Pavilion stopped trembling, and everything returned to normal. However, Tang Zheng widened his eyes and looked around. He did not know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. His sudden idea had almost caused a disaster. Moreover, how was he going to end this? If the exorcist mirror was sucked into the heavenly realm, wouldn't it turn into a wisp of energy? All his previous efforts would be wasted. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The heavenly realm was connected to his mind, and any movement in the heavenly realm would appear in his heart. Therefore, he immediately discovered the abnormality in the heavenly realm. After a wave of fluctuations appeared in the heavenly realm, the exorcist mirror actually appeared out of thin air in the sky. It floated gently like a cloud and did not turn into a wisp of energy, as he was worried. The exorcist mirror was intact. He was overjoyed and could not help but cheer. Ha ha! the exorcist mirror is actually fine. The heavens are really helping me. This was really full of twists and turns. His heart was like riding a roller coaster, reaching the peak one moment and then falling into the abyss the next. His good mood did not last long, and his expression instantly froze. This was because once the exorcist mirror entered the heavenly realm, he would not be able to take it out. The heavenly realm could only be entered and not exited. It had always been like this. Although the exorcist mirror was intact, wouldn't it be useless? Wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1625. I can't use the exorcist mirror. Time is of the essence. So I'll deal with the other matter first. He looked around, carefully sizing up the space of the Langya Pavilion. There was a limit to how long every dragon could stay in the Langya Pavilion, and they could only enter once a month. He wanted to see if he could break this limit. This is also a space, but it's not as vast and complicated as the human world or the sky beyond heaven. Of course, it's also not comparable to the heavenly realm. I'm well versed in the laws of space, so it's not impossible for me to break this limit. He was full of confidence, so he simply closed his eyes and operated the laws of space, quietly feeling the wonders of this world. Only the dragon race could reach this world, and they had to go through the dragon mark on their forehead. This was the peculiarity of this world, a feature that other worlds didn't have. This showed that when the dragon race's ancestors created this world, they had considered it and made the corresponding preparations. It was completely different from other worlds. Other worlds could be passed through the spatial door, but this didn't apply to the dragon seal world. He gently touched his forehead, and his thoughts moved. He was afraid that the spatial door of this world had fused with the dragon race's dragon mark, so only the dragon race could open it. His guess wasn't wrong. Back then, the dragon race's ancestors had spent a lot of effort to create the dragon seal world, creating a top-secret world for the dragon race. Naturally, they wouldn't allow outsiders to enter, so they specially set up various restrictions and thresholds for the dragon seal world. Tang Zheng was well-versed in the laws of space and had rich experience in passing through space. Furthermore, his cultivation was profound, and he was also from the dragon race. When he calmed down and used his divine ability, he gradually felt the mysteries of the dragon seal world. Tang Zheng discovered that his divine sense was drifting, merging into the darkness. His divine sense spread out in the darkness, as if he was searching for something. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack with little hope. He couldn't completely explain what was going on, but he had a premonition that this was definitely the effect of the laws of space. Therefore, he didn't deliberately stop it, but allowed this feeling to spread. He was like a ghost, drifting in the darkness, looking for the light of dawn. He didn't know how long this feeling lasted. Finally, the light of dawn appeared. This wasn't true light, but a mysterious connection that appeared between him and the dragon seal world. He was overjoyed, as if he had obtained a treasure. His divine sense extended endlessly at an extremely fast speed from the Langya Pavilion to the outside. The area shrouded by the thick fog became clear to him. It was completely displayed in his mind. Not long after, his divine sense arrived at the inverted Langya Pavilion. In a short period of time, he toured the entire Dragonmark world. This was something that could never have been done in the past. However, he now had some kind of mysterious connection with the Dragon Seal world. All of this was easy and natural. Although he couldn't reach the level of knowing the heaven realm like the back of his hand, he could still sense the other worlds. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. All of this must be the effect of the space laws. The space laws resonated with the space laws, resulting in such an effect. However, it was not easy to achieve this. Perhaps there were many factors that contributed to his success, and one of them was the advantage of the dragon clan. Could this situation be transferred to other places? For example, the human world. If he could completely control everything in the world and travel the world spiritually, wouldn't nothing be able to escape his eyes? The so-called clairvoyant eyes and clairvoyant ears were far inferior to this point. Of course, it wasn't easy to achieve this, but he immediately thought of another point: heavenly chess. With heavenly chess, wouldn't everything be under his control? If he combined heavenly chess with his space laws, wouldn't it produce a miraculous chemical reaction and complete his plan? This was something that Ji Wuxiang couldn't do back then because he didn't understand the space laws. However, Tang Zheng was well versed in the space laws and had the experience of traversing through space. It was like adding wings to a tiger. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He had never thought of this before. Now that he had a flash of inspiration, he thought of this point. He was extremely excited and wanted to test it out immediately. With great difficulty, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed himself down. He focused his attention on the dragon seal world, strengthening and consolidating this connection. In the past, he had always been forced to leave the dragon seal world. Now that he had this mysterious connection, he had a plan in his heart and decided to test it out to see if he could leave on his own. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and activated his divine ability, pushing his comprehension of the laws of space to the extreme. The air around him became blurry, rippling like water. Puff! He disappeared. In the next second, he left the Langya Pavilion, and his divine sense returned to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling with a burning gaze. The corner of his mouth rippled with joy, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. I finally took the initiative to leave the dragon seal world. This was equivalent to completing half a step. Next, he would have to go in again. This would be more difficult than coming out, because he had to break the original restrictions of the dragon seal world. He didn't stop and used his divine ability once again. The dragon mark on his forehead immediately blossomed with a resplendent golden light. His divine sense didn't immediately enter the Langya Pavilion, but established a connection with the dragon seal world. Only when this connection was strong to a certain level could he enter again. He continuously activated the space laws, and the power in his body was like a surging river, violently flowing through his meridians. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding air rippled as if there were waves splashing. His expression was solemn to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, causing his veins to bulge. Golden light slowly spread from his forehead to his entire body. Not long after, his entire body was bathed in golden light. Pieces of golden scales appeared on the surface of his body, like a layer of golden armor. He appeared incomparably awe-inspiring. Roar! Suddenly, he raised his head, and a dragon's roar burst out from his throat, resounding throughout the villa. On New Year's Eve, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Fortunately, there was a restriction in this place. Otherwise, the dragon's roar would have definitely spread throughout the entire capital, and who knows how much of a commotion it would cause. Golden light flickered intensely. Tian Chanzi and the rest had already rushed in after hearing the roar. They only saw a dazzling golden light filling the entire room, making them unable to look straight at it. Tang Zheng was coincidentally in the center of the golden light. Whoosh! Chapter 16:26. Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he looked at himself in disbelief. He stretched out his 5 fingers and groped around his body a few times, confirming that this was his real body. He raised his head and looked over. The Langya Pavilion was quietly standing in front of him. Damn it! How did my physical body come in here? although he thought that he would succeed. He never thought that his physical body would enter the dragon seal world instead of his divine sense. Whoosh! He let out a long breath and accepted this reality. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Since his physical body could enter, he would see what benefits there were. Hidden profound sword. He shouted loudly as a dazzling sword light burst out from his body. It soared into the sky and floated above his head. His gaze revealed a trace of surprise as he stared at the hidden profound sword. He never thought that once his physical body entered, he would be able to summon the hidden profound sword. After all, the hidden profound sword had fused with his physical body, so he also brought his magic treasure in. This way, if I encounter a dragon slayer in the dragon seal world, my battle strength will increase by a lot. With a wave of his hand, the hidden profound sword once again fused into his body and disappeared. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile as he urged the law of space. Everything became subtle again as ripples appeared in the air. Whoosh! He disappeared from the dragon seal world. In the next second, he appeared in front of Tian Chanzi and the others. Everyone was bewildered as they watched Tang Zheng disappear in front of them. Before they could figure out what was going on, a figure suddenly flashed, and Tang Zheng appeared again. He was no different from before, but the golden scales had already disappeared. Everyone was shocked as they stared at him, their eyes filled with question marks. What happened to his body? Looking at everyone's gaze, Tang Zheng smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry, everyone can disperse." Regarding the dragon seal world, other than the dragon clan, it was indeed inappropriate to tell others too much. Moreover, no one else could help with this matter. Everyone was bewildered as they gradually dispersed. Only Tang Zheng was left in the huge room. He had not had the time to digest his gains, especially thinking of a way to take the exorcist mirror out of the heaven realm. This was a top priority. With a thought, his consciousness entered the heaven realm and surrounded the exorcist mirror tightly. Wong! The exorcist mirror began to vibrate as if it had sensed his consciousness. The exorcist mirror didn't move at all when it was in the Langya Pavilion. Now that I've left the Langya Pavilion, it reacted to my divine sense. Fine. Then I'll see if I can help you leave the heaven realm. He had absolute control over the heaven realm. Therefore, with just a thought, the exorcist mirror flew up with a whoosh and soared into the sky, trying to break through the invisible spatial restraints and leave the heaven realm. Bang! With a loud bang, the exorcist mirror collided with an invisible barrier. It shook violently, but did not leave the heaven realm. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. It seemed that he had been too optimistic and had underestimated the heaven realm. However, he did not give up. He thought to himself, once the exorcist mirror left the heaven realm, it would open up the connection between the heaven realm and the outside world. In the future, the heaven realm would no longer be a useless place. Instead, it would be able to play a huge role. Therefore, he quickly calmed his mind and made a comeback. This time, he did not use brute force. Instead, he used the spatial law. In the past, he had tried to let the things in the heaven realm leave. However, that invisible barrier made him helpless. He did not know if he would succeed this time. As soon as he used the spatial law, his connection with the heaven beyond heaven became even closer. He was originally the master of the heaven beyond heaven. At this moment, his consciousness and the heaven beyond heaven became one. It was as if he was the heaven beyond heaven, and the heaven beyond heaven was him. This feeling was very mysterious and unprecedented. He was enlightened. His consciousness once again wrapped tightly around the exorcist mirror. The exorcist mirror immediately emitted a ball of light. It did not shake as violently as before. Swoosh! A dazzling light shot out from the exorcist mirror. It descended from the sky and illuminated the heaven and earth of the heaven realm. All the plants and trees were enveloped by this light. Even the tree of life was no exception. Wisps of black gas slowly rose from all living things. It was like smoke rising in spirals. It was exceptionally spectacular. Tang Zheng was shocked. He looked at this scene in disbelief. Of course, he recognized this scene. This was the process of the exorcist mirror expelling the inner demons. All living things had spirits, and all living things also had inner demons. The exorcist mirror had directly expelled all the inner demons in the heaven realm. Immediately, the tree of life also glowed. It actually grew a little taller. Wow, the effect is so good. He could not wait to get the exorcist mirror out of the heaven realm. He quickly focused and held his breath. The spatial law was used to the extreme. Buzz. The surrounding air vibrated violently. Ripples spread in all directions. It was a spectacular sight. Is it going to succeed? He seemed to have sensed something. Whoosh! A stream of air spun rapidly in the sky and gradually turned into a black vortex. It was very similar to the scene when he used the sky-swallowing skill. This black vortex quickly turned into a black hole. The black light gradually wrapped around the exorcist mirror. The light on the exorcist mirror was also swallowed by the black hole. Gradually, the exorcist mirror disappeared into the black hole. Whoosh! The exorcist mirror completely disappeared and left the heaven realm. Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. He never thought that his sudden idea would actually succeed. He had tried so many times and failed, but this time he actually succeeded. It seemed that he had a deeper understanding of the spatial law after traveling through space several times. All of this had benefited him greatly. In addition, his cultivation had also increased by a lot. This was also a big help. Both were indispensable. Only then would he have a chance to succeed in one go. He was wild with joy. In this way, wouldn't the heaven realm and the outside world be connected? Once this passage was opened, the benefits to him would be self-evident. However, he did not let the ecstasy go to his head. He quickly retracted his divine sense and found that the exorcist mirror was quietly placed beside him. The exorcist mirror had successfully come out of the heaven realm. The passage between the two worlds had been successfully opened. He waved his fist a few times, unable to hide his joy. He walked around the exorcist mirror. The more he looked at it, the happier he became. He could not help but mutter to himself, "The exorcist mirror is a magic treasure, and a sacred tool at that. Its function is to expel inner demons. This is something that other magic treasures can't compare to. The exorcist mirror is an ownerless item. How can I recklessly waste a heavenly treasure? If I drip blood on it to recognize it as its master, the effect of expelling inner demons might be even better." He became restless. He stretched out his finger and forced a drop of blood out from his fingertip. Pa! The drop of blood landed on the exorcist mirror and immediately rippled with a bloody light. The blood turned into thousands of wisps and swam through the entire exorcist mirror. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1627. Blood covered the exorcist mirror, especially on the surface of the mirror. It was like a spider web made of blood, leaving a deep impression. Suddenly, with a flash of blood light, the blood light completely merged into the mirror and disappeared. Master recognition successful. The exorcist mirror had become Tang Zheng's magic treasure. Master! The exorcist Mirror's voice sounded in Tang Zheng's mind. The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and asked straightforwardly, "Exorcist Mirror, other than exorcising inner demons, what other effects do you have?" "Master, not only can I exorcise inner demons, I can also seduce inner demons." The exorcist Mirror replied methodically. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. He had originally asked casually, but he did not expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. Not only could the exorcist Mirror expel inner demons, it could also seduce inner demons. As a cultivator, he knew very well what it meant to seduce inner demons. If he was facing an enemy, once the enemy's inner demons were seduced, their fighting strength would decrease sharply, and they would go berserk. How could they still have the strength to fight? Therefore, when facing an enemy, the exorcist Mirror could play a pivotal role. Ha ha, the heavens are helping me to actually let me have such a sacred tool. Tang Zheng laughed loudly. Originally, I wanted to return it to Langya, but now it seems that I can't do that. In front of a strong enemy, the exorcist Mirror can help me. If I return it, it would be a waste of God's gift. Even if there are dragons who need to exorcise inner demons, I can personally exorcise inner demons for them in the future. He nodded to himself and made his decision. He gently stroked the exorcist Mirror with his finger. Ripples appeared on the surface of the exorcist Mirror. Then, with a flash of light, the exorcist Mirror disappeared into the Sumeru world. Back then, Yi Meiyu's traceless dream spell could create illusions and confuse people's minds. It had many similarities to the exorcist Mirror's effects, but she definitely couldn't be compared to the exorcist Mirror. If I see Yi Meiyu again, I will definitely let her have a taste of the exorcist Mirror. The New Year's bell had already rung. They came to the front of the bonfire in the villa. Looking at the lively scene of singing and dancing, he did not disturb them. It was rare for the sorcerer tribe to have time to relax. These few days, they would treat it as a vacation. What awaited the sorcerer tribe was even more brutal training and cultivation. After the spring festival, he would personally use the exorcism Mirror to expel their inner demons. Then, he would refine many pills to rapidly increase their cultivation. As for the heaven realm, although Tang Zheng had already opened up a passage between the two realms, it was still unknown whether people could safely pass through the passage, and whether they would be turned into waves of energy like before. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he would not use the lives of the witches for experiments. He would only make a decision when he used the sky-swallowing technique to deal with enemies in the future, and see if the enemies were sucked into the heaven realm and turned into energy. He looked at the window of Mu Hongyan's room, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It was so close, but because of Nana, she did not dare to sneak in through the window. Nana, this little girl, was getting older and smarter. There were still many things that he had to avoid from her. How could he teach a child the wrong thing? He took a deep breath and could only endure it as he returned to his bedroom. He lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. There was a restless aura in his heart that kept stirring. Ever since it was past 12 o'clock and the new year had arrived, this restless feeling had gradually become stronger. At first, he did not pay much attention to it, but now that it was late at night, this feeling was especially clear. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and muttered in his heart, "What's wrong with me? Could it be that I really can't sleep without a woman? I'm not that kind of man." He shook his head and hurriedly channeled his energy to suppress the restless flames in his heart. He fell asleep in a daze. Late at night, a muffled sound came from Tang Zheng's body. This sound was not loud, as if something had broken. Then his body immediately released a blazing aura. It was as if a wave of heat had been aroused from his body. But he did not wake up. He still had his eyes closed, and there was a pained expression on his face. Katja! Suddenly, the door lock was gently twisted. A figure flashed into the room at the door and ran straight to Tang Zheng, who was on the bed. You little rascal! In the middle of the night, you still dare to lure people to sneak in. See how I deal with you later. It turned out that Mu Hongyan had taken advantage of the time when Nana was asleep to sneak into Tang Zheng's room. But Tang Zheng did not wake up. It was as if he had turned a deaf ear to her. Humph, still pretending to be asleep. Mu Hongyan wrinkled her delicate nose. She was very clear that with Tang Zheng's cultivation, she would definitely not be able to escape his detection as soon as she entered the room. But he still did not move. It was obvious that he was doing it deliberately. She simply tiptoed to the bedside and glanced at Tang Zheng, who had his eyes closed. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips. She tiptoed and directly pounced on him. Bang! The two of them crashed into each other. Mu Hongyan thought that he would catch her, but she did not expect that she would crash into him heavily. This was greatly beyond her expectations. She did not care about the pain in her body. She greeted Tang Zheng's chest with her fist and complained, "Who told you to be naughty? You didn't catch me. Now you hurt me." Suddenly, her voice came to an abrupt stop, as if someone had choked her throat. Her eyes became strange. She lowered her head and stared at Tang Zheng. "Ah!" she exclaimed, and her face suddenly changed. She hurriedly hugged Tang Zheng's head and shouted, "Tang Zheng, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly." But Tang Zheng did not move at all. He was like a piece of wood. No matter how she shook him, he did not respond at all. Now, she knew that things were serious. The two of them had not been separated for long before he became like this. No one would have thought that he would be like this. As for his specific situation, she was even more confused. So she hurriedly grabbed Tang Zheng's wrist and tried to use her qi to explore his specific situation. Bang! However, a huge rebounding force hit her hand directly, as if she had been electrocuted. She actually flew off the bed and almost fell to the ground. She awkwardly stood firm and stared blankly at the bed. Tang Zheng still did not move, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, as if he was not involved. She had never seen him like this. Could it be that he was sick? Could cultivators get sick? She could not be sure. She had never heard of it. Could it be that the pure yang energy had erupted? She had an idea, and another idea came up, but she immediately rejected it, because she knew very well what kind of scene the eruption of pure yang energy was like. It was definitely not like this wooden block. If she was lying on top of him, he would have already taken action and absorbed the pure yin energy. Chapter 16:28. Not long after, Tang Zheng's room was filled with people. The ordinary witch clan did not know that he had fallen ill. Only a few core members knew about it. Everyone watched over him worriedly. They had tried all sorts of methods, but they still did not succeed in waking him up. All of their faces were filled with worry. Heaven Monk was the one with the highest cultivation and the most experience. He sat at the head of the bed and took Tang Zheng's pulse, his fingers pressing down on his pulse. Although he was mentally prepared, a strong, rebounding force almost sent him flying. His face immediately became serious and gloomy. He stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see through him completely. However, it was all in vain. Tang Zheng was like an unfathomable ocean. His eyesight and knowledge were not enough to completely see through him. However, he was still stronger than the others. He gradually saw some clues. After pondering for a long time, he finally released his fingers with lingering fear. The others all talked at once and asked worriedly, "How is he?" Looking at the pairs of worried eyes, Tian Chanzi sighed faintly and said, "There is an extremely huge power in his body, like a volcano, temporarily suppressed, but it can erupt at any time. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be such a quiet scene." Could it be the pure yang force? Mu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out, "This." Tian Chanzi pinched his beard and muttered to himself. Mu Hongyan seemed to be deep in thought, and said, "But this is completely different from when he used to release the pure yang force." This was precisely where she was hesitant. In fact, she was very familiar with the way Tang Zheng used the pure yang force, and it was completely different from the way it was now. At that time, his body was like a piece of soldering iron, fiery red, and scalding. But now, although his body temperature had risen a little, it was far from reaching that state. Suddenly, Tang Dahai, who had been silent all this time, slapped his thigh and anxiously shouted, "Crap! I'm afraid I made a mistake." "What's the matter?" The others were shocked, and they couldn't care less about the shock in their hearts as they hurriedly asked. Tang Dahai said with incomparable regret, "Everyone says that little Zheng's pure yang energy exploded on his 20th birthday. I have always treated the day I picked him up as his birthday, but in fact, he was actually born before that. As for how much earlier, I don't know." After Tang Dahai finished speaking, he squatted on the ground and hugged his head with both hands. He was in intense pain. Everyone suddenly realized that there was indeed such a possibility. Mu Hongyan muttered to herself, "His birthday is on the 18th of the 3rd month of the lunar calendar. If it was earlier, I'm afraid it would be in February or even the 1st month. Could it be that the power of pure yang really broke out?" Mu Hongyan was not entirely correct. Tang Zheng's actual birth date was not the 1st lunar month, but the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, the day when the dragon raised its head. As for Tang Zheng's situation, it was indeed a sign of the eruption of pure yang energy, but it was completely different from the usual eruption of pure yang energy. This was because the two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. The pure yang energy was supposed to erupt on his birthday, but it was brought forward. This had to be blamed on the Heaven and Earth Palace. Tang Zheng and Xiao Bai entered the Heaven and Earth Palace at the same time. Cultivating in the Heaven and Earth Palace was twice the result with half the effort. Tang Zheng thought that the time in the Heaven and Earth Palace had slowed down and stagnated. In fact, he had completely guessed wrong. The time in the Heaven and Earth Palace had not slowed down, but rather sped up. Time flew by like a shuttle. A day outside was a year, 10 years, or even 100 years inside. The ancestor was not wrong. This was the truth of the Heaven and Earth Palace. However, this was also relative. When one was inside, one would not feel the passage of time. Although Tang Zheng had obtained a huge harvest in the Heaven and Earth Palace, the Heaven and Earth Palace had also affected his body and the power of pure yang, causing the power of pure yang to erupt earlier. As soon as the New Year's bell rang, all of these effects appeared. The power of pure yang became restless, but it was completely different from before. His pure yang energy did not erupt like a volcano. Instead, it accumulated bit by bit. His body was like a volcano, and his pure yang energy was like blazing hot magma. It had been slowly accumulating until it reached its peak. Only then would it erupt. This was different from the previous eruptions of pure yang energy. Even Mu Hongyan had been deceived. Mu Hongyan had accidentally revealed a portion of the truth. She looked worriedly at Tang Zheng. Tian Chanzi stroked his beard thoughtfully. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the power of pure yang has really erupted ahead of time? That would be terrible." Since ancient times, there had been a few celestials who had possessed the 9-yang saint body. However, many of them had not passed through the crisis of 20 years old. Most of them had died from their bodies exploding. Although Tang Zheng's strength was already extremely great, it was still unknown whether or not he would be able to pass through this crisis. Tian Chanzi's eyelids immediately drooped. The worry in his eyes was self-evident. Everyone retreat. Tian Chanzi waved his hand and gave the order. Whether or not Tang Zheng's pure yang energy had erupted, the truth would be revealed once they tested it out. The others began to retreat, one after another. Most of them understood Tian Chanzi's intention. Tian Chanzi looked at Mu Hongyan, who was tightly holding Tang Zheng's hand, and warned, "I'll leave this to you. You have to figure out whether or not his pure yang energy has really erupted." Mu Hongyan raised her head and looked at the empty room. Then she looked at Tang Zheng in her arms and heavily nodded, "I understand." She was very clear about the heavy burden on her shoulders. If she could confirm that Tang Zheng's pure yang energy had erupted, then the most troublesome problem would be dispelling it. There was only one way, and it was not something she could do alone. Combined with the previous eruptions of pure yang energy, this one was especially strange and serious. Perhaps dispelling it would not be an easy matter. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Skywalkers in history who died because of this. She took a deep breath and gently undressed Tang Zheng. After a while, the two of them were naked. They were very familiar with this kind of thing, but now Tang Zheng was like a block of wood, so she had to lead everything. She blushed and quickly calmed her mind. Her fingers gently stroked every inch of Tang Zheng's skin. Although he was like a block of wood, his body's functions were not affected at all. She was no longer a 17 or 18-year-old girl. After overcoming the initial shyness, she became a lot bolder. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and a trace of strange aura filled the room. There was also a slight, shameful sound, which was teasing Mu Hongyan's heartstrings. Her breath involuntarily quickened, but she didn't forget her task. She was keenly aware of a trace of change, and this change was getting more and more intense. In the end, she almost didn't need to spend any effort to sense it. Chapter 16:29. Mu Hongyan was dumbfounded by the endless flow of pure yin energy. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked away as she lay limply on Tang Zheng's chest. She supported herself with her arms and climbed down from Tang Zheng's body. Her legs were weak, and she staggered, almost falling to the ground. She patted her chest heavily a few times before she finally calmed down. She looked at Tang Zheng in bewilderment, and fear lingered in her heart. If I hadn't left, would the pure yin energy have been completely absorbed by him? She didn't dare to continue thinking about it, because if it was really as she thought, then her life would be in danger. She couldn't care less about her naked body. As she stared at Tang Zheng, she was already sure of one thing, and that was that he really had erupted with pure yang energy, although it looked different from before. In fact, there wasn't much change in essence. It was just that it was hidden by the appearance. So for a while, no one noticed it. What should she do? She couldn't help but frown as she looked at Tang Zheng with worry. After a long time, she finally recovered a bit of strength, but she didn't dare to test it out again. She quickly put on her clothes and also dressed Tang Zheng neatly. He was still like a piece of wood, allowing her to do as she pleased. She turned her head and gave him a deep look before resolutely walking out. Outside the room, many people crowded together and looked at her curiously. Her face was dignified as she said in a deep voice, "He really did erupt with pure yang energy." Ah! Cries of alarm rang out. Many people still had hope in their hearts, but after hearing this sentence, they knew that their hopes were dashed. The cruel reality was bloody in front of them. Didn't he also erupt with pure yang energy before? Once there is pure yin energy to balance it, he can turn danger into safety. Now, Tang Dahai looked at Mu Hongyan and said. Mu Hongyan lowered her head and said, embarrassedly, my pure yin energy is not enough to balance his pure yang energy. Without waiting for the others to react, Tian Chanzi said in a deep voice, she is right. Tang Zheng's situation this time is different from the past. He is at the final juncture. The pure yang energy that the 9 yang saint body has accumulated for 20 years has completely erupted. This isn't something that can be resolved with just a little bit of pure yin energy. If we act rashly, I'm afraid that the rescuer will suffer quite a bit of harm, so we can't be careless. Mu Hongyan nodded to herself, admitting that what Tian Chanzi said was true. If she hadn't stopped in time, she would have suffered a lot of injuries. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Mu Hongyan. Seeing her expression of deep understanding, everyone immediately knew that Tian Chanzi was not lying. Immediately, all of them frowned, not knowing what to do. Tang Dahai was out of his wits as he worriedly asked, then what should we do? Tian Chanzi muttered to himself for a while, then decisively said, first call back the other girls and temporarily deal with it to save his life. As for the final solution, I'm afraid that it will fall on the Empyrean Fairy. The Empyrean Fairy had the 9 in-saint body, so this was the best way to balance Tang Zheng's 9 yang saint body. Naturally, Tian Chanzi thought of her first. Mu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat as she understood his thoughts. She worriedly said, but the Empyrean Fairy's status is noble, so she might not agree. Tian Chanzi's lips curled into a meaningful smile and said, have you all forgotten what the Emperor of Heaven said? The Emperor of Heaven has the intention of bringing these two together. Once we agree to this, I believe that the Emperor of Heaven will definitely agree. The parents' orders, the matchmaker's words. As the Emperor of Heaven's daughter, the Empyrean Fairy will naturally not go against the Emperor of Heaven's wishes, so there will be no obstacles in this matter. Mu Hongyan was suddenly stunned as she instantly understood Tian Chanzi's words. It was indeed reasonable, and she could not help but feel a trace of sourness in her heart. But she immediately restrained this subtle thought. Her status was special and could not be compared to others, although she was already by Tang Zheng's side. If she wanted a status, it would be extremely difficult. After all, not to mention the secular world's view, there was still Nana between the two of them. This was an insurmountable mountain. She was not sure how it would hurt Nana, so she would rather maintain this semi-public method. She did not need to fight for a status, but what about the others? None of the others were easy to deal with, and each and every one of them hung their hearts on Tang Zheng. Would they be willing to not have a status? Would they agree to just watch as this status was handed over to someone else? Mu Hongyan could not answer for all of them. Perhaps some would be willing, but there would definitely be some who would not. Then how would she decide? She was very smart, but she could not think of a solution. Tang Dahai did not have such thoughts. He immediately ordered someone to contact the other girls, and he hurriedly left to personally make the call. Tian Chanzi's eyes were like torches as he thoughtfully looked at Mu Hongyan. He patted her shoulder and said earnestly, in this kind of life and death situation, we must sacrifice something in exchange for his life. I hope you can understand. Mu Hongyan's lips curled into a bitter smile as she said, of course I can understand, but the others may not. Don't worry. In order to save Tang Zheng, I believe they will be deeply righteous. Tian Chanzi said stubbornly. The phone was quickly connected to several girls. Originally, they were still immersed in the joy of the spring festival, but upon hearing the bad news, they were all shocked and their good mood was destroyed. Then, they used various methods to rush to the capital without stopping. Fang Shishir and Lu Qingmei were far away in ordinary balance. They had to cross more than half of the country to reach the capital. If they flew overnight, the speed would not be too fast, and it would be dangerous. Therefore, she decided to take an early morning plane to the capital. Yi Dingdang, Wu, and Li Xiaotian were far away in Dianan, farther than Fang Shishir. They could only take a plane, and the only one left was Linger. In fact, no one told her. After her spring festival gala debut, she declined other people's invitations and interviews and then rushed home without stopping. She wanted to hear Tang Zheng's evaluation of her the most. The biggest reason why she went on the Spring Festival Gala was to let Tang Zheng personally watch her performance on TV. Unfortunately, Tang Zheng did not have time to take a look. Linger suddenly pushed open the door and saw Tang Zheng, who was surrounded in the middle of the crowd. She turned pale with fright and flew over, exclaiming, "Master, what happened to you?" Linger's body and mind were all tied to one person, and this person was Tang Zheng. If there was no Tang Zheng, she was afraid that she would not know who to stew and eat, let alone transform into a human and become a star. Everything she had was given to her by Tang Zheng, so she was naturally worried about him the most. "Linger, why are you back so early?" Mu Hongyan suppressed the grief in her heart and asked. Linger tightly grasped her master's hand and raised her head to look at Mu Hongyan. Her eyes were already red, and her tears were like pearls falling down as she said, "How did Master become like this?" Mu Hongyan faintly said, "His pure yang energy erupted." Chapter 1630. I will dissolve the pure yang energy for Master. Seeing Linger making a solemn vow without any hesitation, everyone was shocked and looked at her blankly. In everyone's subconscious mind, they did not put Linger in the list of people who would dissolve the pure yang energy, so when they heard this, they were all at a loss. Linger anxiously asked, "Why, is there anything wrong?" "Master is already at a critical juncture. My life belongs to Master, so I should do my part." The others did not know what to say. As a woman, Mu Hongyan looked at everyone and quickly pulled Linger's hand and whispered, "Linger, come with me." Saying that, she pulled her to the side and whispered to her. Everyone looked at this scene with mixed feelings, but when they saw Tang Zheng, who was motionless on the bed, they all frowned. "Linger, do you know what this means?" Mu Hongyan found it hard to say. After all, in everyone's impression, Linger was as clear as water that flowed down from an ice mountain without the slightest impurity. Telling her about the matters between men and women was really blasphemous to her. Mu Hongyan knew that this heavy burden could only be carried by herself. Otherwise, with a room full of men, she could not tell a little girl such private matters. Linger stared at Mu Hongyan with her clear eyes, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a playful smile, and said, "Sister Mu, what do you mean?" Mu Hongyan secretly sighed. This silly girl was too naive, taking the initiative to volunteer, but did not understand the meaning behind it. She was anxious in her heart, deliberating over her words for a long time before saying, "I am asking if you know what to do to dissolve the pure yang energy." "Do what?" "This." Mu Hongyan was stumped by the question. This kind of private matter was hard to say in broad daylight. Looking at Mu Hongyan's predicament, Linger covered her mouth and chuckled. Mu Hongyan's almond eyes widened. How could she not understand that she was being teased? Immediately, she was extremely embarrassed. Pretending to be angry, she said coquettishly, "Linger, you actually learned bad things and know how to tease me." "Sister Mu, I don't dare." Linger immediately retracted her smile and said with a serious face, "Sister Mu, don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. I have lived for hundreds of years. Although I have not been in human form for long, how can I not know anything in the entertainment circle? Of course, I know what to do to dissolve the pure yang energy. Returning to the main topic, Mu Hongyan put away her complicated thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Since you know what it means, are you still willing to do this?" Linger's expression was firm, not allowing for the slightest doubt, and said resolutely, "Of course, I am willing." Mu Hongyan was shocked by her decisiveness and said in bewilderment, "But you have to be clear, this is not an act. I know you have always remembered his kindness, but there are many ways to repay a debt. There is no need to do this. This is the most important thing to a woman." Linger turned her head to look at Tang Zheng, her expression fluctuating, and said, "Repay a debt of gratitude? I am indeed grateful to Master. If not for him, I am afraid I would not be in this world, let alone have such a wonderful life." Mu Hongyan hurriedly nodded her head. This was what she meant. If she took this step to repay a debt of gratitude, it would be unfair to Linger. If Tang Zheng woke up and knew about this, he would not be able to accept it, and would even secretly blame himself. For the person she loved, Mu Hongyan naturally had the responsibility and obligation to avoid unnecessary tragedies. Linger's eyes gradually revealed deep affection, and the corner of her mouth rippled with a mysterious smile. She said, "At first, I was grateful to Master, so I recognized him as my master. But later on, Master always cared for me and loved me. I am also a woman, and I have a woman's heart. Moreover, seeing the other sisters and Master together, I have a strong desire in my heart. I also want to be together with Master." "What?" Mu Hongyan was shocked and could not help but cry out. She was deeply shocked. She had never thought that such an innocent and cute girl would say such words. This was not an oath of eternal love, nor was it a solemn vow. But when it came from Ling-er's mouth, it seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies, making people feel deep respect for her. When the others heard Mu Hongyan's cry of surprise, they all turned their heads in surprise, not knowing what the two were talking about to cause such a strong reaction. After a long time, Mu Hongyan calmed down the waves in her heart and couldn't help but look at Linger in a new light. She hesitantly asked, "Linger, you also like him?" Linger's face revealed a girl's unique shyness, and she lowered her head like a mimosa plant drooping down, making others want to love her tenderly, and gently nodded. Mu Hongyan faintly sighed and turned her head to look at Tang Zheng and said, "This little brat really does not know what kind of good fortune he has cultivated in his previous life to have so many beautiful women fall in love with him. Who knows how many men in the world would be jealous of him?" "Linger, then from now on, you are his woman?" Mu Hongyan asked again. Linger raised her head, her face brimming with happiness and pride, and said, "To be able to become Master's woman, this is the most fortunate thing, and also the most glorious thing." Mu Hongyan was speechless and couldn't think of a single word to refute. After mulling over it for a long time, she was finally convinced. Indeed, as Linger said, this was the greatest happiness and glory for a woman. As Tang Zheng's woman, she felt it the most deeply and was also one of the people with the most right to speak. Although he had many romantic affairs, they were all from his heart, and he did not favor one and discriminate against another. Moreover, many times it was the women who took the initiative, and he became the passive party. He was like a huge magnet, firmly attracting these women, crying for him, laughing for him, infatuated with him, and falling in love with him. Seeing Mu Hongyan not speaking for a long time, Linger asked, "Big Sister Mu, am I right?" Mu Hongyan's eyes also became firm, and she nodded heavily, "You are right." Linger's mouth hooked up into a smile that was even more charming. Mu Hongyan once again held Linger's hand and walked with firm steps towards Tang Zheng. When the others saw this, they all signaled with their eyes. Mu Hongyan lightly nodded and everyone instantly understood. Linger had already steeled her heart and was willing to sacrifice herself to save others. Tang Dahai was someone who had witnessed Linger's growth and sincerely said, "Linger, grandfather, I thank you." Linger revealed a smile. "Grandfather, I am willing to do this. In the future, if little Zheng dares to not treat you well, tell grandfather. Grandfather will support you." Tang Dahai wiped his eyes and emotionally said. Linga nodded and playfully said, "Okay, grandfather is really good." Tian Chanzi waved his hand and said, "Everyone leave." Mu Hongyan also followed the crowd out. Suddenly, Linger bashfully said in a low voice, "Big Sister Mu, can you stay?" Mu Hongyan was stunned when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at her blankly. She didn't understand and asked, "Why should I stay?" Linger bit her lips, hesitated for a long time, and said, "I don't know anything. Big Sister Mu, can you teach me?" To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1631. Linger's words exposed her clear nature. Mu Hongyan was stunned for a moment before she finally understood what Linger's words meant. Immediately, her beautiful face was filled with spring like a ripe apple. She was also a woman, so she was very clear about the fear and expectation of a woman when she was still young. She had no reason to refuse and slightly nodded. Everyone else had already left. In order to avoid embarrassment, everyone retreated out of the villa and waited from afar. Mu Hongyan turned into a caring big sister and gently exhorted, "Linger, don't be too shy later. Women will experience their first time, and it will be a little painful. Just bear with it for a while, and it will be fine." Linger seemed to understand and nodded, "I'm not afraid of pain." Looking at her delicate appearance, Mu Hongyan couldn't help but chuckle. Her fingers lifted the strands of hair by her ear and said, "Don't worry, I'm here for everything." Linger nodded in confusion. A piece of clothing slid down from Linger's body, revealing her graceful figure. Mu Hongyan's eyes revealed a look of admiration. As a woman, she had to admit that Linger was like a budding flower. Although it was already mature, it had not been plucked and was so tender that water could be pinched out. Her skin was snow white and did not lose its rosy color. Even Mu Hongyan felt a rush of excitement when she saw it. Linger was transformed from 100-year-old ginseng and was the most perfect figure. Moreover, even if she did not exercise, her figure would still be in the most perfect state. This was really the golden ratio. If it was more or less, she would lose her beauty and charm. "Linger, you are so beautiful." Mu Hongyan could not hold back, and her fingers gently slid across Linger's skin. Linger slightly trembled, and her face was red as she said, "Big Sister Mu, you are also very beautiful." Mu Hongyan had the unique charm of a mature woman, which was completely different from Linger's youth. However, Mu Hongyan was experienced, so she naturally admired Linger's youthful state. Linger took off her clothes, and not long after, they were completely naked. She tried her best to restrain the shyness in her heart as she gently bit her lips. Her snow-white teeth left 2 shallow teeth marks on her rosy lips. Mu Hongyan understood her feelings and comforted her softly, "Don't worry. Do as I say." Tang Zheng had already taken off his clothes and was lying on the bed like a log. Linger wanted to look but didn't dare to. She could only glance at him from the corner of her eyes. Mu Hongyan laughed involuntarily and said, "There are only a few of us here. If you want to look, just look openly." Linger was so embarrassed that her ears turned red as she said in a mosquito-like voice, "Big Sister Mu, don't make fun of me. From now on, you are his woman. What can't you see? This is an open and above-board matter. It is a matter of course." Can't you look at me? Mu Hongyan guided and tried her best to dispel Linger's fear of difficulties. She set an example and pretended to be natural and unrestrained as she looked at Tang Zheng. But when her gaze fell on Tang Zheng, her face couldn't help but turn red. Her mind was filled with images that were not suitable for children, and her breathing also became hurried. Big Sister Mu, what's wrong? Linger asked with concern. Mu Hongyan took a deep breath as her chest heaved up and down. Only then did she suppress the restlessness in her heart and said with a trembling voice, I'm fine. Let's begin. Linger was looking forward to it, but she was also at a loss as she followed Mu Hongyan's instructions. Everything seemed unfamiliar and even a little clumsy, but it was precisely this simplicity that made Mu Hongyan's heart palpitate. She secretly made up her mind as she glanced at Tang Zheng and spat. If you dare to not treat Linger well in the future, I won't agree to it. See how I'll deal with you. She was deeply moved by Linger's spirit and sacrifice. Although Linger didn't have any experience, she was very smart and gradually understood the experience that Mu Hongyan imparted to her. Hiss! Linger sucked in a breath of cold air as her delicate nose wrinkled. Her eyes were like water, as if they could speak. Mu Hongyan looked at her and felt as if she had experienced it herself. Her heart clenched as she said, If it hurts, stop for a while. Linger stubbornly shook her head. She took a deep breath and stubbornly said, I'm fine. Then she followed Mu Hongyan's legendary experience and followed the same pattern. She gradually understood the essence of it and that indescribably wonderful feeling. Mu Hongyan's face and ears turned red as her breathing involuntarily quickened, especially when Linger's mouth couldn't help but let out a faint sound. It was as if there was magic that drilled into her heart and teased every cell, causing her heart to itch unbearably. Linger, you've already learned it. Just do as you wish. I'll go out first. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Linger's reply. She didn't even dare to look back, much less take another look as she flew away. Linger fell into a wonderful state. She forgot everything and didn't have time to pay attention to Mu Hongyan's departure. She felt a powerful, pure, yang energy enter her body. Then, her pure yin energy also continuously flowed into Tang Zheng's body. She was formed from ginseng, so this feeling was much clearer than other people, especially after the pure yang energy settled in her body and fused with her Zhen Qi. Then, her Zhen Qi surged like a torrential river. This also has the effect of increasing power. She was very smart and immediately understood that this was a mutually beneficial process. Not only was her pure yin energy useful to her master, but his pure yang energy also had a great effect on her. The pure yang energy and pure yin energy interacted and fused within the two people's bodies. Two auras slowly rose from the top of their heads, one black and one white, one yin and one yang. They intertwined and intertwined above their heads. You had me, I had you, just like two people on a bed. This was a great harmony that had never been seen before. It even surpassed Tang Zheng's previous state of mind when he did this. That was because Linger had a special constitution. Of course, it was also because Tang Zheng's strength had reached the peak of perfection. It was far from what it was in the past. When all these factors were combined, it created this wonderful and complex change. More and more auras rose from the top of their heads. The yin and yang auras also increased. They were like two clouds, constantly tumbling and changing, faintly emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Linger was immersed in this wonderful state and didn't notice the strange phenomenon above her head. She only instinctively let her body rise and fall, like a small boat in the middle of the sea, undulating. However, the Zhen qi in her body continued to rise. It broke through one restriction after another, breaking through a threshold. She was wild with joy. She had never experienced such a feeling of cultivation rapidly rising. She felt that she was too blessed. This wasn't helping her master, but rather her master was helping her. How was this a sacrifice? This was a great honor. At this time, her respect for her master was like a torrential river. It was indescribable. This feeling of rising continued. The yin and yang auras above her head also changed more and more violently. Finally, after the two auras completely fused, they gradually separated and turned into a yin and yang fish. This was the harmony of yin and yang. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1632. Suddenly, Ling let out a delicate cry. She straightened her body, revealing her beautiful figure. Then she stopped moving. The wind stopped, and the rain stopped. Bang! The yin-yang fish dissipated and split into two. The yin qi entered Tang Zheng's body, while the yang qi completely fell from Ling Er's head. Ling Er suddenly opened her eyes, which were filled with joy. Her cultivation had broken through a huge threshold and reached the first stage of the soul formation realm. Ling Er was transformed from ginseng, so her cultivation speed was much faster than other people's. Furthermore, she was quite intelligent and didn't relax. She had been working hard on her cultivation. Therefore, she had broken through to the first stage of the Yuanying realm, but she never expected that she could break through 9 stages in one go. It was simply a miracle. Before she could slowly appreciate this joy, her gaze immediately fell on Tang Zheng's body. Compared to her own gains, she was more concerned about her master's safety. When her gaze fell on Tang Zheng's body, she discovered that his eyes were still closed. Her heart immediately felt as if it was being grabbed. Her face was filled with disappointment, but she suddenly heard a voice in her heart. Ling, Master. She was overjoyed. Her eyes glowed as she asked, Master, are you awake? However, when she looked at Tang Zheng, she realized that his eyes were still closed. She couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that she was hallucinating? No, that was her master's voice. How could she have heard wrongly? Ling, I'm in your heart. Tang Zheng's voice sounded again, but it didn't enter her ears. Instead, it sounded directly in her heart. She immediately came to a realization. She was actually connected to her master's heart. Master, how could this be? Ling asked in confusion. I don't know either. Perhaps it's because of what we did just now. Master, you know everything. Ling lowered her head. Although Tang Zheng's eyes were still closed, she didn't dare to look at him. Her face was red all the way to her neck. Linger, thank you, Tang Zheng said gratefully. His tone was complicated, as if he didn't expect Ling to make such a big sacrifice for him. Master, hearing this, Linger's heart surged and her emotions fluctuated. She said, I'm willing to do this. It's my honor. Silly Linger. Tang Zheng hesitated for a while and sighed. Linger isn't stupid at all. Linger is very smart. Linger said with a sweet and happy smile. After a pause, Linger hurriedly asked, Master, what happened to you? My pure yang energy is about to erupt. It's currently brewing and will soon erupt completely. Fortunately, you saved me and resolved my pure yang energy. Otherwise, I would really be in danger. Tang Zheng replied. Although he had fallen into a deep sleep, it was different this time. In the past, he was muddle-headed, but now his consciousness was very clear. Previously, his consciousness was completely sealed, and he couldn't sense or communicate with the outside world. However, ever since he and Linger reached a great harmony, everything changed. Not only could he communicate with Linger, but he could also sense the outside world. However, he had no way to communicate with others. Currently, he could only communicate with Linger alone. However, this also solved a big problem. At least he wasn't blind and had a way to find a solution. Linger, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Tang Zheng promised. As a man, he dared to take responsibility for what he did. Since it had already happened, he should take responsibility and not avoid it. Linger's mouth revealed a charming and happy smile as she gently said, "Master, I will also serve you well." After tasting human nature for the first time, her every movement had a different kind of charm that made people's hearts palpitate. Tang Zheng's heart couldn't help but violently beat. He thought to himself that he hadn't realized before that Linger had already grown into such a beautiful young lady. What virtue did he have to be able to make her fall in love with him? If he dared to not take responsibility, even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. "Master, when can you recover?" Linger naturally didn't know about Tang Zheng's complicated thoughts and hurriedly asked the most important question. Tang Zheng regretfully said, "I'm afraid I can only maintain this state for the time being. I will need your help before I can communicate with the outside world. This is Linger's honor. Master, I believe you will get better very soon. Linger, put on our clothes first, and then let the others come in. I have something important to tell them." Tang Zheng was very clear that he was racing against the god of death. He had to race against time. If he was slightly careless, the pure yang energy would completely erupt, and then he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Linger hurriedly climbed down from his body, but her legs were weak. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. She said in a slightly embarrassed manner, "Master, I'm too stupid." "Linger is the smartest. She's not stupid." Tang Zheng comforted her. Linger happily laughed and hurriedly dressed the two of them. Looking at the neatly dressed master, she revealed a very gratified expression. She was like a newly married wife who had dressed her husband properly. That kind of pride and arrogance was overflowing in her words. When the others saw Linger walk out, no one revealed a frivolous expression. Instead, they all looked at her with incomparable respect. Of course, there was no lack of anticipation in their eyes. "Master wants everyone to go in." Linger said. "What? Is he awake?" Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, but they still saw Tang Zheng lying on the bed like a block of wood. "Master has not woken up, but he is already connected to me and can communicate freely." Linger explained. Everyone was enlightened, but they also felt that it was magical. Tang Zheng and Linger were connected, especially Mu Hongyan. She looked left and right. What she could not do, Linger had done. However, she was not jealous. Instead, she was sincerely gratified. Linger had paid so much. If she did not gain anything, then it would really be disappointing. Linger walked to Tang Zheng's side and looked at him deeply. She said to everyone, "Master said that his pure yang energy has not completely erupted, but is in the process of brewing. However, as for when it will erupt, he does not have a definite time. But there is no doubt that this time will not be long. He is already very dangerous." After repeating Tang Zheng's words, Linger's expression became dignified. Everyone had different expressions, but without exception, their faces were gloomy. Tian Chanzi said in a deep voice, "Linger, quickly tell him that Shirshir and the others will be back soon. Then, they will dissolve his pure yang energy." Linger shook her head and said, "Master said that this is not enough. This time is different from the past. They may not be able to dissolve his pure yang energy. We have also sent people to find the Empyrean fairy. Mu Hongyan quickly added. Linger still shook her head. Master said that we cannot completely pin our hopes on the Empyrean fairy. Moreover, he does not have much time left. If the Empyrean fairy is not found, then he will be in danger. So, we must think of another way. Then what can we do? Everyone looked at her with burning eyes. Chapter 1633. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. They had never expected that Tang Zheng had already found a way. This was really a pleasant surprise. Everyone hurriedly urged Linger to see what kind of method it was. After Ling received Tang Zheng's instructions, she slowly said, all living things under the heavens are solemn, and the sun is illustrious. Solemnity surpasses the heavens, and illustrious surpasses the earth. In short, extreme yin gives birth to yang, and extreme yang gives birth to yin. The Empyrean fairy had used this principle to survive the danger of the 9 yin saint body. She nourished herself in the place of extreme yin, and extreme yin gave birth to yang, thus escaping the disaster. Therefore, by the same principle, we must find a place of extreme yang and let Tang Zheng nourish himself there. Extreme yang gives birth to yin, and there might be a chance of survival. Ling was confused as she repeated Tang Zheng's words. Many people were also confused as they did not understand what was going on. Tian Chanzi understood immediately, and his eyes gradually lit up. He clapped his hands and praised. Good, you are really smart. You even thought of this method. Seeing this, the others asked, Tian Chanzi, is this method really feasible? They were not completely confident. With their cultivation and knowledge, they were not able to figure out the mystery. Tian Chanzi, on the other hand, had already begun to see the door. Although his knowledge was not as deep as Tang Zheng's, after such a breakthrough, it was as if the clouds had been lifted. Tian Chanzi nodded seriously and sighed in disappointment. If there is any feasible method, this method may be one of them. It is worth a try. Moreover, this is his own wish, and we must respect his choice. Then where is the place of extreme yang? Mu Hongyan asked. This. Tian Chanzi was in a dilemma. He racked his brains, but he did not know where the place of extreme yang was. The witch tribe elder recalled the holy land of the tribe. Even Xiaobai was born in the holy land. Could it be that it was a place of extreme yang? Unfortunately, that place had been completely destroyed. Everyone was at a loss of what to do. Linger said slowly, the mystery is in what I said just now. It is so solemn that it is beyond the heavens. This is referring to a place of extreme yin. The place of extreme yin that we found back then was such a place. And the place of extreme yin is in the gate of heaven, which fits the mystery of this sentence. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder this sentence sounded so wise and profound. It turned out that it was so profound. Tian Chanzi couldn't help but ask curiously, Linger, you asked him where he got this sentence from. Why is it that the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's not that simple? Ling blinked and replied, Master, what you said was the original words in the heavenly book. Hiss! Everyone gasped. So it was the original words of the heavenly book. No wonder it contained so much mystery. Tian Chanzi was deep in thought as he muttered to himself. No wonder the Empyrean fairy knew about the method of generating yang through yin extreme. It turns out that everything was recorded in the tomes of arcane. Heaven and earth understood the tomes of arcane, so it's not surprising that they knew about this method. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to think of such a wonderful method. Ling continued. He earth refers to the land of extreme yang. It's not in the sky, but on the ground. Moreover, it's in the deepest part of the earth. This is the core of the earth, which is also the land of extreme yang. Ling revealed the riddle for everyone. Everyone was enlightened, but they didn't feel relaxed at all. This sentence was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? The Earth's core. This seemed to be a simple word, but was it easy to reach that place? Of course it wasn't easy. Even if it was possible, it was still unknown. Mu Hongyan clenched her teeth and said resolutely, now that science and technology have advanced, it's not necessarily impossible to reach the Earth's core. I'll go find the world's most powerful technology. We must reach the Earth's core. Tian Chanzi was deep in thought and said, I'm afraid it doesn't need to be as complicated as you make it out to be. Since this brat dares to say it, he must have a way. Let's hear him out for now. Ling revealed a smile and said, Master said that Senior Tian Chanzi is very powerful. He actually guessed his thoughts. He's simply a roundworm in his stomach. Ling covered her mouth and giggled at the end. Tian Chanzi was greatly embarrassed. He glared hatefully at Tang Zheng and said, Brat, your life is already hanging by a thread, and you still have the mood to make fun of me? Humph. Mu Hongyan hurriedly asked, Ling, quickly ask him what method he has. Everyone's hearts were in suspense. They were far more anxious than Tang Zheng, the person involved. Ling quickly put away her smile and said seriously, Master said that there's no need to go through the trouble of relying on high technology. He already has a method, and the method is on the Tree of Life. Tree of Life? Everyone was completely confused. What did this have to do with the Tree of Life? The Tree of Life's roots extend in all directions and directly reach the Earth's core. So, from the roots of the Tree of Life down, you will successfully reach the destination. Hearing this wonderful idea, everyone was shocked. They were impressed by Tang Zheng's imagination. The others definitely wouldn't have thought of this. This was because they didn't know much about the Tree of Life. They only knew that the Tree of Life could improve the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and was even related to a world. However, they definitely didn't know that the roots of the Tree of Life could actually reach the Earth's core. However, this wasn't a problem for Tang Zheng. This was because he knew the Tree of Life too well. Perhaps he didn't know much about the Tree of Life in the human world, but he knew enough about the Tree of Life in the heaven realm. He even witnessed the growth of the Tree of Life. In addition, with just a thought, he knew the Tree of Life in the heaven realm like the back of his hand. It was naturally not difficult for him to deduce the Tree of Life in the human world. Moreover, when the Tree of Life in the human world sprouted, he was also a witness. Naturally, he had a deeper understanding and understanding. Silence. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Tang Zheng in shock. Finally, Tian Chanzi clapped his hands and said with joy, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go immediately. Aren't we waiting for the others? Mu Hongyan asked. Not for the time being. We will go to the Tree of Life first, and let the others go to the Tree of Life as well. In addition, we can't stop searching for the Empyrean Fairy. We still have to find her. Tian Chanzi said firmly. He didn't say the second half of his sentence, which was that he wasn't sure if Tang Zheng's method would work. Just in case, it was always good to prepare a few more methods. Immediately, the villa was in chaos again. Everyone hurriedly prepared. Although the powerful enemies in the human world had been eliminated, there were occasionally fish that escaped the net, which was nothing to worry about. However, Tang Zheng was too weak now. Just in case, they had to be fully prepared. Therefore, they had to mobilize a lot of people to go to the Tree of Life this time and protect Tang Zheng in all aspects. Chapter 1634. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. They had never expected that Tang Zheng had already thought of a way. This was really a pleasant surprise. Everyone hurriedly urged Linger to see what this method was. Linger received Tang Zheng's instructions and said slowly, "Everything in the world is solemn, and Yang is brilliant. The solemnity is beyond the heavens, and the brilliance is beyond the earth. When the two come together, things are born." In short, extreme yin produces yang, and extreme yang produces yin. The Empyrean fairy had used this principle to survive the danger of the 9 yin saint body. She nourished herself in a place with extreme yin, and extreme yin produces yang, thus escaping the disaster. Therefore, by the same principle, we must find a place with extreme yang and let Tang Zheng nourish himself there. Extreme yang produces yin, and there might be a chance of survival. Ling was confused as she repeated Tang Zheng's words. Many people were also confused as they did not understand what was going on. However, Heaven Monk immediately understood. His eyes gradually lit up, he clapped his hands and praised. "Good, you brat are really smart, you even thought of this method." When the others saw this, they asked, "Tian Chanzi, is this method really feasible?" They were not completely confident. With their cultivation and knowledge, they were not able to figure out the mystery. Tian Chanzi had already begun to understand, although he was not as knowledgeable as Tang Zheng. After this breakthrough, it was as if the clouds had been lifted. Heaven Monk nodded his head seriously and sighed in disappointment. If there is any other feasible method, then this method might be one of them, and it is worth a try. Moreover, this is his own wish, and we must respect his choice. Then where is the place with extreme yang? Mu Hongyan asked. This. Tian Chanzi was in a dilemma. He racked his brains and did not know where the place with extreme yang was. The witch tribe elder recalled the Holy Land in the tribe. Even Xiaobai was born in the Holy Land. Could it be that it was a place with extreme yang? Unfortunately, that place had been completely destroyed. Everyone was at a loss of what to do. Linger said slowly, "The mystery is in what I said just now. It is so solemn that it is beyond the heavens." This is referring to a place of extreme yin. The place of extreme yin that we found back then was such a place. And the place of extreme yin is in the gate of heaven, which fits the mystery of this sentence. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder this sentence sounded so wise and profound. It turned out that it was so profound. Tian Chanzi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Linger, you asked him where he got this sentence from. Why is it that the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's not that simple?" Linger blinked and replied, "Master, what you said was the original words in the heavenly book. Hiss." However, they definitely didn't know that the roots of the tree of life could actually reach the core of the earth. However, this wasn't a problem for Tang Zheng. This was because he knew the tree of life too well. Perhaps he didn't know much about the tree of life in the human world, but he knew enough about the tree of life in the heaven realm. He even witnessed the growth of the tree of life. In addition, with just a thought, he knew the tree of life in the heaven realm like the back of his hand. Naturally, it wasn't difficult for him to deduce the tree of life in the human world. Moreover, when the tree of life in the human world sprouted, he was also a witness. Naturally, he had a deeper understanding and understanding. Silence. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Tang Zheng in shock. Finally, Tian Chanzi clapped his hands and said happily, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately." "Aren't we waiting for the others?" Mu Hongyan asked. "Not for the time being. Let's go to the tree of life first, and let the others go directly to the tree of life. In addition, we can't stop searching for the Empyrean fairy. We still have to find her." Tian Chanzi said firmly. He didn't say the second half of his sentence, which was that he wasn't sure if Tang Zheng's method would work. Just in case, it was always good to prepare a few more methods. Suddenly, the villa was in chaos again. Everyone hurriedly prepared. Although the powerful enemies in the human world had been eliminated, the occasional fish that escaped the net was nothing to worry about. But now, Tang Zheng was too weak. Just in case, they had to be fully prepared. Therefore, this time, they had to mobilize a lot of people to go to the Tree of Life and protect Tang Zheng in all aspects. The sky turned white. On the first day of the new year, before the sun had risen, a group of people had already soared into the sky from the villa. In an instant, the sky above the villa was filled with people, riding on their magic weapons. They flew towards the northwest with whooshing sounds. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 1635. The Northwest was no longer a desert, but an endless oasis. The changes were earth-shattering, and this was all thanks to the Tree of Life. From afar, the Tree of Life was like a giant umbrella that grew out of the ground, covering the sky and the earth. It was a spectacular sight. This oasis had long been sealed off by the authorities to prevent humans from approaching. Although the authorities also wanted to study the Tree of Life, after experiencing a few bumps, they tacitly stopped coveting the Tree of Life. Everyone landed in front of the Tree of Life. When they looked up, they suddenly felt that they were insignificant, like ants. Tian Chanzi sighed with emotion. The Tree of Life has grown to this point. It is no longer something that can be destroyed just because someone wants to. Back then, the Tree of Life was destroyed by the combined power of the ghost realm, not by a single person. Now, the Tree of Life had fully matured and had the power to protect itself. The witch clan quickly took action, establishing a protective circle around the periphery to guard against the enemy. Tang Zheng was carried by Ling, accompanied by Tian Chanzi, and walked step by step towards the Tree of Life. As for Mu Hongyan, she did not follow and stayed in the capital to take care of the overall situation. The three of them walked to the trunk of the Tree of Life. Tian Chanzi pointed at the Tree of Life and said, "The roots of the Tree of Life are developed. How can we determine which one will reach the core of the earth, and how can we smoothly go down?" Ling had already been instructed by her master and spoke with assurance. Master said that the Tree of Life only has one main root that reaches the core of the earth, and it is not difficult to find this main root. After Ling finished walking, she directly squatted down and inserted her arms into the soil. Immediately, her arms extended infinitely, spreading into the depths of the soil. Ling was originally transformed from ginseng, and the soil was the soil that nourished her growth. The soil to her was like water to a fish, allowing her to use it wantonly. After a while, her fingers touched a root. This root was much smaller than the root next to it, and was very easy to overlook. If not for Tang Zheng's guidance, she definitely would not have found it. When Tang Zheng understood the Tree of Life, he realized that the main root of the Tree of Life was not the seemingly thick root system, but a small root system hidden within the large root system. This was the main root that extended all the way to the core of the earth. Linger looked up at Tian Chanzi and said with a smile, "I found the main root." Tian Chanzi looked at her in surprise. With his ability, he might not be able to find it so quickly. He quickly asked, "Then how do we go down?" "I have an idea, too." Linger pointed her finger, and a mass of green light enveloped Tang Zheng. It was as if he was in a bubble. Linger transformed into her original form, a small ginseng shrouded in a faint halo. "I'll take Master down." Tian Chanzi looked at Linger, then at Tang Zheng, and said, "I'll go with you. This is very deep." Linger reminded. Tian Chanzi laughed dryly and said, "Do you think I'm afraid? Don't worry, I won't drag you down." Oh, Linger did not refuse and said, Then let's go down quickly. After saying this, one of her roots extended out and wrapped around Tang Zheng. With a whoosh, they drilled into the soil and disappeared. How could Tian Chanzi be willing to fall behind? His whole body lit up with a ray of light, and with a boom, he smashed a large hole in the ground and disappeared without a trace. This hole went all the way down, just like a pangolin burrowing into the ground. Compared to Linger's method, this was clearly inferior. This was where Linger excelled. She was transformed from ginseng, so this was like returning to her home, like a fish back in water. How could Tian Chanzi compare? Underground, one of Linger's roots wrapped around the tree of life. Immediately, a majestic spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered her body, benefiting her greatly. Tian Chanzi was also wrapped in a ball of light. He opened his eyes wide and saw the situation underground clearly. He also saw the developed roots of the tree of life, which were inextricably linked. Being in the middle of it was like being in a maze. Seeing that Linger chose such a thin root, Tian Chanzi was shocked and asked, "This is the main route you chose?" "I didn't choose it, but Master did." Linger corrected him. Tian Chanzi raised his beard and said, "Nonsense! How can such a root be the main root? For such a towering tree like the tree of life, the main root must be the thickest one. It must be that one." Tian Chanzi turned his head and stared at the thickest root, making a solemn vow. Linger firmly believed in Tang Zheng's choice and retorted, "I believe in Master. If Master says this root is the main root, then it must be this one." Tian Chanzi rolled his eyes and muttered, "Truly hopeless. Each and every one of them is fooling around." After a slight pause, Tian Chanzi said, "Then let's wait and see. Let's see who made the right choice." Tian Chanzi stared at the main route he chose and quickly dived down with Linger. This was much more difficult than diving. Especially the deeper they went, the more complicated the inextricably linked routes became. Tian Chanzi had to constantly avoid these complicated routes, turning left and right, constantly shuttling back and forth. On the other hand, Tang Zheng was much more relaxed. The mass of green light that wrapped around him seemed to have great magical power. Wherever it went, it directly penetrated the soil effortlessly. Tian Chanzi was envious, jealous, and hateful. Why didn't he have such good treatment? Linger seemed to see through his thoughts and explained, "My skills can only ensure Master's safety." "So, Senior Tian Chanzi, I'm sorry." Tian Chanzi pretended to be natural and unrestrained and said without a care, "How can such a small problem be difficult for me? I'm not that brat, like a vegetable who can't take care of himself." Linger was relieved and said, "That's good. Let's continue forward." Linger quickly led the way. That small root seemed to have no end, but Tian Chanzi walked to the end, because that thick root suddenly stopped. It didn't shrink in the slightest, as if it suddenly broke off, and suddenly disappeared. Tian Chanzi couldn't help but stop, looking at this scene in disbelief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and, as if he was possessed, he said to himself, "How come it's gone? This is too sudden." Linger pursed her lips and chuckled, as if she had already expected all of this. She said without any surprise, "Senior, I'm right. This is Master's instructions. How could it be wrong?" Tian Chanzi blew his beard and glared, and said with a grunt, "That brat was right for once." He simply didn't choose any other routes, so as to avoid losing face again. Losing face in front of Linger really didn't feel good. "Then I'll lead the way in front. If Senior is tired, please understand that my cultivation is still weak and my speed is slow," Linger said with incomparable sincerity, and then led Tang Zheng along the small route, quickly advancing towards the earth's core. Tian Chanzi rolled his eyes and criticized in his heart, "Little girl, your speed is slow. I really don't know what's fast. This is underground, not flat ground. If I didn't use all my skills, I wouldn't be able to keep up with you. To read a novel without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1636. Linger quickly moved forward, and a blazing aura gradually attacked them. Tian Chanzi was keenly aware of it and hurriedly reminded, Linger, the Earth's core is not far away. Linger said seriously, I know, the main root of the Tree of Life extends all the way to the Earth's core. I have already sensed the aura of the Earth's core from the main root. Tian Chanzi raised his head and glanced. He did not know how far away they were from the surface, and even his divine sense could not extend so far. In the past, he had never thought that he would one day reach the Earth's core. After all, it was not a good place. Just the blazing heat of the Earth's core alone was enough to make him suffer. Be careful later. Tian Chanzi did not forget to warn. Linger's original ginseng body was also like a person, but a miniature version. She hurriedly nodded and said, I know, Senior. After saying that, her roots wrapped even tighter around Tang Zheng, pulling him to her side, and moving down step by step. Crash! The sound of rolling waves sounded like the roar of a ferocious beast, but also like the explosion of thunder. It was breathtaking. What's that sound? Tian Chanzi's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked. Linger did not answer, and like pushing away the clouds, she directly penetrated through the last layer of soil. Her eyes suddenly opened up, and a fiery red light illuminated her eyes. Tian Chanzi also followed closely behind, drilling a big hole in the last obstacle. With a plop, a rock fell from the hole. Gulp! A bubble appeared, and then the rock disappeared without a trace, melted into magma. But no one cared about all this. Tian Chanzi and Linger had already been deeply attracted and shocked by the scene in front of them. There was an endless lake filled with fiery red magma, and there was also a fountain of magma bubbling up in the middle of the lake, producing bubbles. After bursting with a gurgling sound, it emitted a blazing aura, filling this small space. The intense heat melted the surrounding rock walls, and the rock walls became as soft as chocolate. This hell-like scene was truly frightening, causing one's heart to involuntarily clench. But what was even more inconceivable was that a slender root extended down from the top of the space, straight into the pool, and was completely submerged by the fiery red magma. However, the strange thing was that the magma, which was so hot that even steel and rock could not melt in an instant, did not melt the main root of the Tree of Life. This main root seemed to have a mysterious magic power. It safely extended into the magma and seemed to be absorbing the nutrients within. Specks of red light climbed up the main root and quickly passed through the main root to every root of the Tree of Life. Linger was particularly sensitive to this, especially when one of her roots was wrapped around the main root. She could clearly feel a surge of blazing energy flowing through the main root. This energy was extremely pure. Even though she was only separated by a layer, she could feel how extraordinary this energy was. After a long time, the two finally recovered from their shock. Tian Chanzi exclaimed, "So the Earth's core is actually like this." Linger was also filled with emotion. "Yes, it's really spectacular." "Quickly ask that kid, what should we do next?" Tian Chanzi urged. Linger made an "oh" sound and quickly asked Tang Zheng, "Master, what should we do next?" Although Tang Zheng seemed to be unconscious, his divine sense also saw the scene of the Earth's core. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time, and he was also a little doubtful about the feasibility of his method. But in the end, he still defeated the trace of fear in his heart. Since it was recorded in the heavenly book, it definitely could not be wrong. Moreover, this was the only way now. He could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Tang Zheng calmly instructed, "Put me in the Earth's core." "What? Put it in the Earth's core?" Linger screamed. She could not believe that Tang Zheng would actually say such a thing. Tian Chanzi was also shocked and shouted, "The Earth's core, could it be that you put it in the magma?" After saying that, Tian Chanzi could not help but shiver in his heart. Although Tian Chanzi admitted that Tang Zheng's physical body was extremely strong because he had cultivated the chaotic Vajra spell, it was still the magma from the Earth's core. It was even hotter than a volcanic eruption. Could he withstand it? Linger was also worried and advised while trembling with fear, "Master, you will be injured like this." Tang Zheng had already made up his mind. How could he change his mind so easily? He said indifferently, "Linger, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. How could I joke around with my life?" Hearing his solemn vow, Linger's heart wavered. She had always had close to blind trust and worship for Tang Zheng. So after thinking for a bit, she believed Tang Zheng's words. "All right, then, Master, be careful." With that, Linger slowly placed Tang Zheng into the boiling lake. "Assistant, Linger, what are you doing?" This scene shocked Tian Chanzi. He did not care about the blazing high temperature and hurriedly stopped Linger, stopping Tang Zheng. Linger patiently explained, "Senior, this is Master's decision. I have to follow his orders." "What kind of stupid decision is this? He's playing around with his life. He's used to messing around, so you should follow his lead." Tian Chanzi had stubbornly followed them down, just in case. He did not expect that he had really made the right choice. If he had really allowed these two youngsters to mess around, then in the end, not even Tang Zheng's corpse would be left. Tian Chanzi had promised to protect Tang Zheng, so how could he just sit by and watch this kind of thing happen, turning a blind eye? Linger did not expect Tian Chanzi to care so much about Tang Zheng, so she was stubborn and did not know what to do for a moment. Tang Zheng could not directly communicate with Tian Chanzi, so he was anxious and said to Linger, "Tell him that I've already cultivated the indestructible body, so I won't die so easily. Tell him not to worry." Linger immediately passed on the message, but Tian Chanzi did not let them go and said fiercely, "Kid, you can't mess around. Our people have already gone to find the Empyrean fairy, and she'll be back soon. At that time, your yin and yang will be harmonized, and everything will be fine, right? Why take this risk?" Tang Zheng knew that Tian Chanzi was worried about him and was moved, but he still firmly said, "It's better to rely on yourself than on others. I believe in my own judgment." Tian Chanzi stared at Tang Zheng with shining eyes. Although his eyes were closed, Tian Chanzi was still defeated and resentfully let them go. "In this world, there really isn't anyone who messes around like you." Linger sighed in relief and quickly sent Tang Zheng into the magma. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the magma surged like a huge wave in the sea. The magma hit the surrounding walls, giving rise to a series of blue smoke and sizzling sounds. This lake full of magma underwent an unimaginable change, as if it had come alive in an instant. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1637. When Tian Chanzi and Linger saw this scene, they subconsciously stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the churning magma. "What's going on?" Tian Chanzi muttered to himself. Linger was confused and said, "I don't know either." As soon as her voice fell, the main root of the tree of life began to shake violently. A blazing feeling came from the main root, causing one's heart to tremble. Shwa. The two of them looked at the shaking main root at the same time. Tian Chanzi's heart moved, and he shouted, "Be careful!" Voila! Raging waves rose up from the lake, and the fiery red magma soared into the sky. A big guy flew out of the magma and fiercely pounced at the two of them. "What is that?" The two of them trembled and reacted at the same time. Even though Ling-Er's body was small, she was extremely nimble and had a lot of strength. She wrapped around Tang Zheng and flew to the side with a sound, dodging this fierce attack. Shua. Tian Chanzi did not retreat. He unsheathed his treasure sword and directly slashed out with the Tai sword. Pung! With a loud sound, the Tai sword flew back into Tian Chanzi's hand. The thing wrapped in magma was also stunned in midair and stopped. However, Tian Chanzi and Linger clearly saw this thing. It was actually a strange beast, its whole body burning with raging flames. These flames were like its hair, awe-inspiring. The magma slid down from its body, but it did not hurt it at all. It was like rain falling from a person's body. What is this? Linger asked curiously. Tian Chanzi's eyes widened, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. He stared at the strange beast without blinking, his eyes full of disbelief. Hearing Linger's question, he seemed to wake up from a dream. He was so scared that he shivered and screamed, "Fire Qilin! Is this the legendary Fire Qilin?" Tian Chanzi had heard of the legend of the fire unicorn, but he had only heard of its name and had never seen it in person. He thought that it was a mythical beast made up from nothing. Who would have thought that there really was a Fire Qilin in this world? It was just that it was hidden in the Earth's core. Normal people would never have the chance to see it. However, Linger had never heard of this name before. She muttered in bewilderment. Fire Qilin, it seems to be very powerful. Tian Chanzi smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course, it was very powerful. That was a legendary divine beast, a mysterious existence that was not inferior to the divine dragon. Whoosh! Tian Chanzi took a few deep breaths. He was very knowledgeable and had even seen the dragon clan. Why should he be so afraid of the Fire Qilin? Didn't it also have 4 claws? There was nothing to be afraid of. He kept trying to comfort himself. And finally, it worked a little. His mood gradually calmed down. The Fire Qilin shook its huge head and stared at the two of them with its bell-sized eyes. Finally, its gaze fell on the unconscious Tang Zheng. Whoosh! It stepped on the air and walked straight toward Tang Zheng. Linger screamed in fright and hurriedly pulled Tang Zheng to her side, afraid that he would fall into the Fire Qilin's hands. The Fire Qilin glared at Linger with dissatisfaction, as if asking why she was not cooperating. Then, its body flashed and flew toward Tang Zheng. Don't hurt Master. Linger was shocked as she flew over in an attempt to help Tang Zheng out of this predicament. With a flash of light, Linger had turned into a human and hugged Tang Zheng. She used her back to resist the Fire Qilin, not giving it a chance to hurt Tang Zheng. Bang! There was no sharp pain, as expected. Linger was pushed forward by a wave of heat. She stabilized her body with great difficulty. Turning her head, she saw Tian Chanzi and the Fire Qilin fighting. Tang Zheng did not expect that there would be a Fire Qilin in the core of the earth. But no matter who it was, they could not stop him from saving himself. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and ordered Linger, quickly throw me into the magma. Linger was originally at a loss. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, she seemed to have found her backbone. She nodded fiercely and loosened her hands. With a plop, Tang Zheng fell from her hands and fell straight into the magma, splashing red magma all over the sky. Tian Chanzi was fighting fiercely with the Fire Qilin. After recovering from the initial shock, Tian Chanzi gritted his teeth and used all his skills to fight with the Fire Qilin. There was no doubt that the Fire Qilin was a legendary divine beast. Its power was quite great. After only a few moves, Tian Chanzi had already deeply felt and experienced its power. But he did not retreat. He was the only line of defense. There was no way to retreat. Hearing the plop, Tian Chanzi's heart trembled. He hurriedly turned his head and saw Tang Zheng being submerged in magma and quickly sinking. Immediately, his face turned ashen. He did not expect that after encountering such an unforeseen event, Tang Zheng would still be so stubborn. This time, it was really difficult to predict the danger. The fire Qilin also saw this scene and snorted. It seemed to be sneering complacently, laughing at Tang Zheng for overestimating himself. Tian Chanzi took a deep breath and simply ignored Tang Zheng. He had to deal with the fire Qilin first. Otherwise, he would die in the fire Qilin's hands before knowing whether Tang Zheng was alive or dead. Kill! Tian Chanzi roared. The Taiya sword revealed its sharpness and slashed out again. Immediately, the whistling sound of the sword resounded through the space, shaking people's souls. However, the fire Qilin's eyes showed contempt. It roared and sucked in the magma like a giant whale sucking in water. Walala, the magma was sucked into its mouth like water. Puff! It opened its mouth and spat at Tian Chanzi. The hot red magma was driven by the strong pressure and shot at Tian Chanzi like a sword released from a bow. Tian Chanzi hurriedly formed a sword sign with both hands. The Taiya sword buzzed and trembled as if it was crying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of sword light gathered in front of him and condensed into a sword wall. Kacha! The magma directly smashed the sword wall into pieces and surged towards Tian Chanzi. Tian Chanzi shouted and pushed forward with both hands. The Taiya sword was placed horizontally in front of his chest. The surging sword chi rushed out like a tide. Boom! With a loud sound, the space seemed to tremble. The Taiya sword finally blocked the impact of the magma. Roar, roar, roar. The fire Qilin seemed to be angry that its attack did not work. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flame. It mixed with the magma and attacked the Taiya sword. The Taiya sword slowly turned red and was extremely hot. It was as if it was being refined by the high temperature. If it was not for Tian Chanzi's Jinqi, it was likely that it would have been refined. Tian Chanzi felt a wave of heat in his face. His hair and clothes were about to burn, especially his hair. He could already smell a burning smell. Damn it, do you want me to become bald? Tian Chanzi cursed. I won't let you succeed. Taiya sword, man and sword is one. Tian Chanzi had also broken through the man and sword as one realm. Although he was not as good as Tang Zheng, his power was doubled. With a flash of light, he and the Taiya sword became one. The sword was the person, and the person was the sword. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced through the air, piercing through the magma and flames, and heading straight for the fire Qilin's head. The fire Qilin looked at it with disdain and waved its claws. A red light flashed on them. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Taiya sword was sent flying and slammed into the wall. The tip of the sword penetrated the wall and continued to tremble. Next to it, a human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. Tian Chanzi happened to be embedded in it. Chapter 1638. The fire Qilin swatted away Tian Chanzi with its claw, then turned around and aimed at Linger. Linger quickly calmed down and pointed forward with her slender hand. A vine flew out from between her fingers and like a whip ruthlessly lashed at the fire Qilin. Roar! The fire Qilin roared, and a ball of flames flew out from its mouth, burning the vines in an instant, causing the attack to collapse. Linger turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, this was the fire Qilin's territory after all. It moved like the wind, bringing along a wave of heat as it pounced towards Linger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Vines flew out from between Linger's fingers and quickly condensed into a wall that glowed with a faint green light. Boom! The fire Qilin crashed into the wall, causing it to tremble violently. Linger's face turned pale. Although she had broken through to the first tier of the demigod realm, she was still too weak compared to the fire Qilin. Even Tian Chanzi was no match for it, let alone Linger. Kacha! A large hole was torn open in the wall. The fire Qilin shook its body and rushed forward. In an instant, the wall shattered into pieces and fell apart. Linger had already retreated to the side of the main route. Seeing the fire Qilin recklessly rushing over, she seized the main route and used it as a whip, ruthlessly whipping the fire Qilin. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, clear and ear-piercing. The fire Qilin was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall and creating a huge crater. Rocks fell down with a crash. Ah! Linger was stunned by this scene. She looked at the main root of the Tree of Life in her hand in disbelief. The main root had been completely lifted out of the magma by her. She could even see the fiery red light at the end, which was tainted by the magma. Not only was the main root not afraid of the lava, it was actually so powerful that it could send the fire Qilin flying. This was not only Linger's power, but also the main root's own divine power. The fire Qilin leaped out from the wall with its hind legs and stood in the air. Balls of flames appeared under its forehooves as it glared at Linger and the main root in her hand. However, when its gaze fell on the main root, there was a hint of fear in its eyes. Linger noticed this, and she curiously looked at the main root in her hand. She couldn't see anything special about it, and it wasn't much different from a normal root. In fact, it was much smaller than a normal root. However, she did not dare to underestimate its divine might. She was like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She firmly grasped it in the palm of her hand and was unwilling to let go for a moment. At some point in time, Tian Chanzi had also climbed out of the pit. Seeing the two sides confronting each other, he asked in surprise, "Why doesn't it dare to attack?" Linger couldn't figure it out and guessed, "It seems to be afraid of the main root of the Tree of Life." Tian Chanzi was overjoyed and arrived beside Linger in a flash. He tried to take the main root and impatiently said, "Ha, ha, ha. The heavens have eyes. Then let's use the main root to deal with it." When his hand landed on the main root, he couldn't help but scream miserably. As if he had been electrocuted, he quickly withdrew his hand. Linger looked at him curiously and asked with concern, "Senior, what happened to you?" Tian Chanzi looked at the main root in fear and said with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, "There is a mysterious power on this main root. Didn't you notice? This power can release a powerful attack. Didn't you feel it?" Linger was confused and blankly shook her head. "I didn't feel it." The fire Qilin looked at this scene without saying a word. Especially when Tian Chanzi was defeated, its mouth revealed a playful expression, as if it was mocking him for overestimating himself. Tian Chanzi's eyes turned and also saw the fire Qilin's reaction. "See, I was right. It also thinks so." Linger was even more confused. She scratched her head and said in confusion, "But I didn't feel anything." Tian Chanzi and the fire Qilin both revealed shocked and suspicious expressions. They couldn't guess why Linger wasn't repelled by the main root of the Tree of Life. Heaven Monk thought hard, then had an idea, and said, "Could it be that because you are not a human or an animal but a ginseng, you have something in common with the Tree of Life, so it did not reject you?" Linger opened her eyes wide and thought for a while. It seemed that this was really possible. She wanted to ask Tang Zheng if this was the case, but after shouting for a long time, there was no response. She remembered that since Tang Zheng's body fell into the magma, their telepathy seemed to have been cut off. "It must be so. This is your unique advantage. Others can't compare to it." Tian Chanzi thought for a long time and said, with certainty. Linger Ur's face also showed a trace of joy. Then we can fight against the fire Qilin. Tian Chanzi didn't comment, and said with a smile, at least we can save our lives for the time being. Without this advantage, Tian Chanzi didn't have the confidence to save his life from the fire Qilin. Maybe his life would have been lost here. Roar. The fire Qilin saw that the two were unscrupulous and became angrier. Its two front hooves kept pawing in the air, and a burning feeling hit them in the face. The fire Qilin launched another attack. Tian Chanzi hurriedly urged, quickly, use the main root to whip it. Ling waved the main root, and with a whoosh, the main root drew a whistling sound in the air and whipped the fire Qilin. Roar. Sparks splashed out from the fire Qilin's body. It cried out in pain and flew out again, unable to get close. But this thoroughly angered it. Not only did it not stop attacking, but it roared even more mournfully and angrily. Its hind legs kicked off the wall and rushed over again like a cannonball. Tian Chanzi excitedly danced and commanded proudly, whip it, left, right, center. Yes, whip its head. Let it know how powerful it is. In the eyes of the two, the fire Qilin had long since shed its mysterious light. It was as if it had turned into an ordinary wild beast, allowing the small whip to whip it as it pleased. Ling could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Tree of Life's main root was really powerful. It was not inferior to a sacred tool. It could actually release such a powerful divine power that even the fire Qilin could not get close. Tian Chanzi's hands were itching, but he could not control the main root. He could only watch enviously as Ling waved the main root to attack. He could not help but think that if the main root was refined into a magical treasure, its power would be heaven-defying. But this could only be a thought. Without the main root, how could the Tree of Life survive? It was practically destroying the world. There were many more marks on the fire Qilin's body. They were all left behind by the main root, although it was very unruly at first, continuously attacking. But gradually, its arrogance gradually decreased. Because it was afraid of the main root, it had no way to break through its opponent's defense. Splash! Suddenly, the magma violently rolled, attracting the fire Qilin's attention. It immediately stopped attacking and opened its bell-like eyes, staring at the magma suspiciously. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.